Done.
All right, the Clatsop County Planning Commission meeting for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 will come to order. Will staff please take the roll?
Christopher Farrar,
Present.
Jason Kraushar,
Present.
John Orr,
Present.
Lum Kwang,
Here.
Carrie Johnson,
I'm here.
Nadia Gardner,
Present.
Clark Powers,
Present.
Clancy Adams, I'm present, and Gail Henriksen.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and welcome the public today. The Planning Commission is the official venue for public involvement in planning and community development for Clatsop County, and we thank you for your interest and involvement. We welcome your thoughts via email or verbal public comments. Just to let you know, we do have official email addresses now. So if you go to the Clatsop County website and look up the Planning Commission, you can find both staff and the county commissioners' emails there. We prefer that you use those emails over our personal emails if you have those. So thanks again. We're going to go ahead and just do a quick introduction. We have two planning commissioners, which we're very happy to have after having a big gap, especially from one that was almost a year open. So maybe I'll give them, the two commissioners, a moment to introduce themselves in less than 2 minutes, and then we'll go around the room just to the other commissioners so you can get to know us a little bit. And I hope someday soon we'll be able to see each other in person and maybe even shake hands and have a more personal relationship. But I'm glad that we're all together here in this safe venue today. So should we get started with Commissioner Powers first?
Sorry, I was on mute. Good morning. I've been in Clatsop County since 2005, moving from Colorado. My background is planning, both in the military and in Verizon Business Telecommunications. I'm very happy to be on the Planning Commission because I believe in an orderly, structured approach as this county continues to grow. And I just look forward to being involved and helping to make decisions and listening to the community with their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Power. Commissioner Kraushar.
Good morning. I'm Jason Kraushar. My background is construction and public safety. I'm a construction company owner here in Clatsop County, a lifelong resident, and I've been in public safety with the fire department for 26 years in Seaside and Gearhart, and also a police officer in Seaside for the last 5 years. I look forward to serving my community and do the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. I'll go ahead and get started on my own background. So I'm Nadia Gardner, and I live down in the southwest corner of Clatsop County in the unincorporated community of Arch Cape. I'm an environmental scientist by profession. I'm self-employed, mostly working in ocean science currently. I'm a proud mom of a 6-year-old, and I'm also elected to the Arch Cape Water District and active in a lot of our community organizations works. Let's see, Commissioner Farrar, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you. I had the good fortune of attending the commissioner's review of the applicants for the planning commissioner positions that were open. This was a few weeks ago, so I got a little preview of both our new commissioners, and I'm very pleased that they were selected for this important work and look forward to working with them. Just my background is I live in Astoria. I am retired now from U.S. Geological Survey, where I studied mostly hydrology and volcanic hazards problems. And I'm an elected member of the Clatsop Soil and Water Conservation District. And I also serve as chair of the North Coast Watershed Association. So that's enough about me. Let's hear from the others.
Commissioner Orr.
Yes, I'm John Orr. I live in Astoria. I've lived in Clatsop County since October of 1990. I have a degree in regional planning from the University of Arizona. I have been a member of the Planning Commission here in Clatsop County since 2018. I was a full-time practicing solo practitioner attorney from 1990 until about 2013 or 14. Now I'm part-time. I work at Trails End Recovery. I'm now semi-retired, but I do manage to keep my feet in the water, if not my knees. And I am also pleased with the selection of the planning commissioners that are now serving. And I really appreciate it. It takes a lot of effort. There's a lot of reading, and so I think that probably covers it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Orr. Commissioner Johnson?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Carrie Johnson, and I'm a fourth generation Astorian, and I'm involved in a few different things in commercial fishing, and I'm a home builder. I also serve on the board with Chris on the Clatsop Soil and Water Conservation District. I'm involved in youth sports in Astoria. I'm on the board for Astoria Youth Baseball and Astoria Youth Football, and I also help coach with that. So yeah, just welcome our new members, and looking forward to working with everyone.
Thank you. And lastly, Commissioner Kwang.
Yes, my name is Lum Kwang. I am the commissioner for about a year. I don't have a whole lot of experience in planning, but I'm learning. I am a resident out here on Lewis and Clark, and I'm an artist, so I guess I bring that into the my background and the passions for life and plants and residents, and just being good residents here in the county, and hope to help plan the planning the process, and to be able to make this as a good of places to live as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Kwang. One thing I really love about our commission is just how diverse it is in terms of experience, and how it's spread throughout the geographic regions of our county, so that we can each bring our big bodies of knowledge of our home areas and where we work and play into our meetings and provide that. I think that's very valuable for us and for staff. And so I welcome everybody. Let's move on to the adoption of the agenda. I'll take a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented.
I move we adopt the agenda for the Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 meeting of the Clatsop County Planning Commissioner as presented.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented by Commissioner Kwang, and I believe a second from Commissioner Kwang. Was that right? Yes. Okay.
Farrar made the first motion.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Hi.
Any opposed? All right, the agenda is adopted as presented. We'll move on to business from the public. So this is an opportunity for anyone to give a brief presentation about any land use planning issue or county concern that's not on the agenda today. All speakers from the floor are to state their name and address before speaking. And if you're appearing in a representative capacity, I ask that you share also who you're representing. And I'm gonna, because of the breadth of our agenda today, I'm gonna limit all comments to under 3 minutes. I'm wondering if staff today, when we make those limits, if somebody would be willing to do that timing and cues for us.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you, Director Henriksen. So do we have anybody that wishes to speak on anything not on the agenda today? could take a hand up, or it looks like we have Vivian Simeon Brown. Go ahead and take yourself off mute. So please state your name and your address. Thank you.
Sure. I'll be the guinea pig. I'm Vivian Simon Brown, a longtime part-time resident at Falcon Cove Beach. My address there is 79028 Cove Beach Road. I also live in Corvallis, where I've been a retired faculty member from OSU. So I'm delighted to have this opportunity because we really need your help. I have two favorite mottos, I guess, that I try to live by. One is wisdom consists of the anticipation of consequences. I try to live up to that. And also time is a non-renewable resource. So I'm hoping that the Planning Commission can really help us here in South County, because this is one of the last opportunities we have for the Clatsop County development to do the right thing. In a recent meeting, the several county commissioners voiced their frustration in spending such an inordinate amount of time on trying to figure out STR, or short-term rental solutions, for a very small geographic area. Something about this big when you look at all of Clatsop County. Well, you know, the residents feel the same way. We spent a lot of time arguing about small details rather than looking at the big picture. So I would like to talk about three big picture items that we have to remember when we're doing the arguments about the small items. The biggest picture of all is that Falcon Cove Beach, a lot like Arch Cape, is primarily and geographically a natural landscape. It's surrounded on three sides by protected lands, including the Rainforest Reserve, and on the fourth by the Cape Falcon Marine Reserve. Our residential community is truly a bridge between the forest and the sea. And economic short-term gain must not be our driving force here. Environmental integrity is crucial and critical. Let's not sacrifice that. So that's the biggest picture of all, our environmental situation. Our second big picture, which we seem to have been ignoring, is that in January 1992, with the help of the current Planning Commission back then, the new coastal residential zoning ordinance was put into place. It does not permit, nor does it give conditional use to short-term rentals or vacation rentals or any other kind of commercial activity. It's actually against the law. So county staff and citizens back then worked together, determined that the CR zone was intended to encourage residential and very limited recreational development. That's it. It's on the books. So it covers our cove. It does not cover Arch Cape. It covers Arcadia Beach and Silver Point. Tiny, tiny little space. But what we all have in common in the CR zone is we have bluffs and cliffs that limit beach access. We have dangerous rip currents because we don't have gently sloping beach like many of the other beaches in Clatsop County. And we have little or no public parking. So those are the reasons why we are listed separately than anything else in Clatsop County. Two experienced land use attorneys have stated that STRs are commercial businesses. In fact, the county's own legal counsel stated in a recent meeting, let's call it as it is. STRs are commercial businesses. So rather than dealing with the minutia of complaints about STRs, we should be addressing equitable ways to slowly reduce the number of STRs, which have been, I would say,
Thank you. That's been 3 minutes.
Thank you.
And Chair, could you clarify, are you going to be taking short-term rental testimony now, or is that supposed to be handled under the public hearing?
Yeah, I was going to do that. Rather than interrupt. Thank you, Ms. Simon Brown. At this point in the meeting, we'd love for the public comment to be focused on things that are not. So we're doing, it's all right. We're doing 3 public hearings today. One on short-term rentals, one on the comprehensive plan goal 7 natural hazard, and one on goal 13 energy conservation. At the beginning of each one, we'll have public hearing, comment opportunities. And so it's fine that this one happened. I didn't want to interrupt you, but for everyone else in the room, let's reserve this time period for other issues, which there always are some in the county, and we'll move the comments going forward on those specific items to those public hearings. So
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Nadia. One thing I did notice though is that I cannot see your whole meeting agenda on screen. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take that time, but I didn't know that's the way you got it set up. So,
yeah, no,
thank
it's
you.
no problem. Welcome. We welcome you, and we know not always we're as clear as we should be. So lesson learned on my side. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on something that's not a public hearing today?
Hi, I'm Ed Joyce. I have some issues about goal 7. Is this
So
a time?
no, so that'll be later in the meeting. Thank you. So goal 7 and goal 13 will both be individual public hearings with their own public comment period.
And when will that be?
I would guess later midday. We're going to probably do a couple hours here on the short-term rental issue, and then we'll have that hearing, but I can't give you an exact time. Anybody else for anything that's not on the agenda that's a public hearing today?
And Chair, did you want to announce that the meeting will be ending at 2:30 as you've directed staff to tell the Planning Commission members?
Yeah, so at our last meeting, to respect everyone's time, we wanted to set at least a end by time for both the volunteers and the public. And then we also didn't have time for lunch last time. So we're going to try to do a half-hour lunch around noon or 12:30, depending how people are feeling. And then we're going to try to close the meeting by 2:30. So we're trying to be as efficient as possible. We have a really big agenda today. But knowing that, we're going to do the best we can, we have to do the best work we can. So sometimes it takes a little longer than we wish it did. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on, hearing nobody interested in speaking on other issues that are not public hearings today, to the minutes. So if you'll remember, at the last meeting, we continued our January 11th, 2022 regular meeting minutes. And we requested that staff include decisions that were made so that a very clear set of recommendations could be approved by this group to go on to the county commission. And so you'll see today that the amended minutes have an attachment of the document that staff was working off of to make sure that those recommendations are very clear in the minutes and can move in a clear way onto the county commission. So that's where we're at. So for the minutes of January 11th, 2022, does anyone have any corrections as amended?
Well, I'd like to say one thing. I still don't feel they're entirely clear, but at this point, I am in favor of just accepting them as is.
Thank you, Commissioner Farrar. I do agree. I think that it would be, less is more. And I think just having a quick list of the consensus-based recommendations at the end of the minutes, to me, are easier than doing such an attachment. And I'll also say what I think is missing was the thing that was most important to me. So when we were talking about short-term rentals, one of the phrases that kind of stuck with me when I was reading actually today's materials is that with affordable housing, we should start with the buildings we already have and trying to ensure that those are available to people who live here, and particularly for rentals and long-term housing for our families. And so to me, expanding ADUs, I think, is acceptable, but to be most effective in providing housing to our residents, I think we should be promoting, as laid out in our housing needs study, that we should be promoting the ADUs that are already available in zones. And so we already have ADUs acceptable in development areas that have sewer systems like Arch Cape and other areas that are more residential communities, not rural. And a lot of them are not built. A lot of people don't know that that's an opportunity. And so I certainly think that the first thing we should be doing is promoting the availability of that opportunity to builders and to residents and landowners through some sort of an outreach program. And then also, we should be looking at those ordinances too, because one of the things the housing needs study also said was that some of our, and we looked at this at our last meeting, some of our rules around even the current allowed ADUs could possibly be changed, could be loosened to make it more economically feasible to develop that kind of a housing. And so I know we have parking standards and architectural standards and where the doors are that are kind of silly. And so maybe we should think about that prior to or during expanding ADUs being available in rural residential areas, not resource lands over 2 acres, as we discussed at that last meeting. And I feel like that's not well represented in these minutes. But I can't make a motion. So.
Well, I move that we accept the amended minutes for the January 11th, 2022 meeting.
What would be the amendment?
They are amended. I'm
Oh,
saying,
that we just move ahead with them. Okay.
just, yes, there's just too much to do, but I am not
Okay.
real happy with the way the minutes are recorded for these meetings.
I'll
Okay.
move to amend the minutes to reflect the discussion that pointed out the need to promote the use of existing housing to further the goal of affordable housing and workforce housing, if I have that right.
I really appreciate that, Commissioner Orr, but we do have a motion on the table first. So maybe we should deal with that first. So we have a motion to go ahead and accept the amended minutes as presented. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, so we have a second. Any discussion?
My discussion would be that what I was intending to do, and ineptly did so, was to amend the motion to amend the minutes, but procedurally that may have been flawed.
Yeah, I think he would have to amend it. He would have to, I mean, it would be a friendly amendment. I think he was intending to move us forward, making that comment to staff.
I was intending to move the meeting forward. However, the amendment was fairly straightforward as given by Commissioner Orr, and I would consider that a welcome modification to my original motion, if that's allowable under our rules of order.
I think it is, Director Hendrickson, unless I'm watching my Roberts rules. I believe that that's an acceptable amendment to that original motion.
I would defer to County Council, who's on the meeting.
Yes, you can do, sorry, this is Joanna Lyons-Antley, Chair, and Planning Commission members. Yes, you can do a friendly amendment. The most important thing to remember about parliamentary procedure is that we understand what the motion is. So as long as we're clear what the motion is, you can do friendly amendments. Does that help?
Yes, thank you so much. I had to grab out my Roberts rule book, which I should have been reviewing frantically before this meeting. So we have a friendly amendment that's been accepted by the original source of the motion. And then we'll have to have a second on that. So Commissioner Orr, would you like to second that?
Yeah, although if the friendly amendment, the amendment, if I can say it, has been incorporated or adopted by Commissioner Farrar, so I can still a second, and therefore I do.
Okay, could you repeat that that motion?
Sure, I could repeat it accurately, hopefully. That the minutes be amended to reflect the Planning Commission's discussion and endorsement of using the existing housing base to advance the goal of affordable housing and workforce housing. How's that?
Okay, we have a motion and a second for staff to integrate that information into the minutes. Any other discussion on that?
I think it's important because what we're going through up here in Astoria, which is hell. All hell's broken loose up here in trying to build affordable housing. That's all I need to say about it.
Yeah, I think we all recognize the crisis that the whole county is in. All right, well, let's go ahead and just move to a vote then. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The minutes for January 11th, 2022 are adopted as amended. So we're moving on to the second set of minutes, the minutes from the last meeting, February 8th. For the minutes of February 8th, 2022, the regular Planning Commission meeting, does anyone have any corrections? If there are no corrections, I'll go ahead and assume consensus and the minutes are approved as presented. I hope I gave everybody enough time.
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Farrar again.
Yes, that's fine.
I do have a couple of minor corrections. And
Great.
it's just for clarification.
Okay.
And it could be restricted to near the end of the minutes where a motion is made to approve the conditional use permit. I would like the change to be use the complete names of the applicants. There are 2 applicants that were involved here, and I believe it's important to have their names shown correctly. Velasquez-Silva and Susanna Juanosta. And I'm sure I'm not pronouncing those names correctly, but I think it's important to have names correctly shown on our minutes.
Thank you.
And
So that's
then-
on line 37, right? Is that what you're looking at? So it
Yes,
looks like,
well, line 38, actually,
38.
on my
Mhm.
copy. Just
Right now, yeah, thank you.
fix the names. And then finally, on line 49, where the motion failed, change it to the applicants with an S and change was to R, advised that they have the option. It was 2 people. They both should be respected by our minutes.
All right, so we have a motion to amend the February 8th, 2022 minutes to reflect on line 38, the applicants' names, which are Jose Antonio Velasquez Silva and Susana Juanosta. And also on page 49, the applicants were advised that they have the option to appeal the ruling to the Board of Commissioners. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Kwang seconds the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to our 3 public hearings. This starts on page 22 of our digital packet. So agenda item number 4. This is a legislative hearing regarding the review of the amendments to Articles 4 and 5 in the Land and Water Development Use Code, including regarding short-term rental units. Will the staff please make their report?
Yes, thank you. For the record, I'm Gail Henriksen, Community Development Director. We're talking today about ordinance revisions to the zoning code. But before we move on to what those proposed revisions are, I want to provide everyone with a little background about short-term rentals in Clatsop County and how we have arrived at this particular moment in time. Back in January of 2018, the county adopted Ordinance 1801, which addressed health and safety and issues related to short-term rentals. And that ordinance applied to short-term rentals in unincorporated Clatsop County, but outside of Arch Cape. And the reason for that is Arch Cape has had its own short-term rental ordinance dating back to 2003. And that doesn't mean that short-term rentals were not operating in the county outside of Arch Cape. It just means that they were paying their room tax, but they had no operating standards to address life safety issues. After Ordinance 1801 was discussed and adopted, part of that discussion was that eventually the county would go back and merge the two ordinances together so that the Arch Cape standards and the standards for the rest of the unincorporated areas would become one short-term rental operating and set of standards in the future. So after we adopted Ordinance 1801, particularly in late 2019, we started seeing an increased number of complaints, most often associated with the renter behavior at short-term rentals. And while some of those complaints were within the jurisdiction of code compliance, others were regulated by state agencies or by local law enforcement. And there were some complaints that we just, as staff, were not able to verify. Sometimes they happen on evenings or weekends or holidays, or someone would call, with a noise complaint that we could not verify, because obviously by the time we could get anybody down there, the event had ended and there was no way that staff could independently verify that complaint. So that started to cause some frustration on the part of residents who felt that their complaints weren't being taken seriously. It was causing frustration on the part of the short-term rental owners who felt they were being unfairly singled out. And so in July of 2020, staff began conducting a series of quarterly meetings to help residents and short-term rental owners understand how the code compliance process worked, but also to hear their concerns and hopefully to start a dialogue in the three different areas of Cove Beach, Arch Cape, and Clatsop Plains, so that people could communicate directly with each other and help resolve some of these issues. So we held a series of those meetings as staff, and then we took some proposed revisions based on the input we heard to the board in 2021. And it was during one of the work sessions in, I believe, April of 21 that the board directed staff to move forward with a temporary moratorium on new short-term rental licenses. And so that, to give you an idea, this is our time frame that we're looking at. That moratorium was approved in August of 2021. It became effective on September 21st. It was extended again in December and now is currently set to expire on April 28th. And so since July of 2020, we've held a series of meetings, whether those are board work sessions. We've had 6 of those. We've had 3 commissioner hearings on the moratorium, and then staff has independently conducted as well 5 public town hall meetings to try and obtain some sort of common ground moving forward with amendments to address short-term rental concerns. So I want to talk just briefly about the difference between licensing and zoning. And so our licensing and operating standards are contained within the Clatsop County Code, and specifically Title V. When Ordinance 1801 was adopted, those standards were codified into Section 5.12. And so those standards are there to enhance public safety and livability, and they address how a short-term rental unit is operated, but it does not address where that unit is permitted. So when we talk about licensing and operating standards, we're talking about things like permit length, parking, occupancy, trash, noise, if a permit is allowed to be transferred, and other areas related to the operation of the unit itself. The zoning, which is contained in the Land and Water Development and Use Code, or the LAWDUC, is where we identify where short-term rentals are permitted and the type of approval needed, the approval process needed to move forward with that type of use. So we have a type 1 use, which is basically over the counter. We have clear and objective standards that either you meet them or you don't meet them. There is no public notice, there's no public hearing. It's basically a very quick encounter, and the client moves forward. Under a type 2 use, there is a public notice, but there is no public hearing. And then under a type 2A, it requires a public notice, a published notice. It requires the property to be posted, and then it would require a public hearing. And again, to reiterate, the zoning code, the LAWDUC, talks about where a short-term rental can be operated, but not all the details about how. So we're not going to look at parking or permit length or permit fees today. We're looking at where short-term rentals should be allowed to operate and what type of procedure they have to go through to obtain that approval, type 1, type 2, type 2A. And then again, to remind everyone, the zoning code right now only addresses short-term rentals in the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone. And that they are there as a type 1 permitted use. So over the counter, no public notice, no public hearing, and they have operated that way since 2003. When we adopted the ordinance 1801 for the rest of the county, the staff at that time did not incorporate or address short-term rentals in the zoning code. So even though it was called out in Arch Cape, we did not go back in 2018 and address all the other zoning districts where we were going to allow short-term rental units. And it's important to note that we do have a section in our code, section 1.1040, which states that a structure may be used or developed only as the ordinance or the LAWDUC, the zoning code, permits. And so the general rule of thumb in planning world is that if you don't expressly call out a use as permitted, it's assumed that it's prohibited. And because we did expressly call out short-term rentals in the Arch Cape zone, but didn't go back and address it when we adopted the rules for the rest of the county, we have created a situation where we need to go back now and address all the zones where we want to have short-term rentals in unincorporated Clatsop County. So the proposed amendments that are before you this morning include three different items. One would be to revise Article 4 to add short-term rentals as a permitted type 1 use to 16 different zones. Those include the Miles Crossing, Jeffers Gardens, Westport Rural Community Residential Zone, Napa Swenson Rural Community Residential, the Rural Service Area Single Family Residential, Rural Community Multifamily Residential, Rural Service Area Multifamily Residential, Rural Community Commercial, Coastal Beach Residential, Coastal Residential, Single Family Residential 1, Residential Agriculture Zones 1, 2, 5, and 10, Neighborhood Commercial, General Commercial, and Tourist Commercial. The second proposed revision would affect Article 5 of the zoning code, and specifically sections 5.4900 through 5.4970, and those are the Arch Cape short-term rental operating standards. We are proposing that those standards be repealed out of the zoning code, and then they would be placed into the Clatsop County Code, which are where the other operating standards live. And we would create a new section 5.24 that would contain the Arch Cape operating standards. And then our final proposed revision is to amend section 4.0620. This is the Arch Cape zoning designation. And we would want to revise that reference to section 5.4910, the Arch Cape operating standards, to reflect that those standards have now been moved to the county code. And it should be noted that our legal counsel has advised us that short-term rentals cannot be permitted in farm and forest zones because those zones are covered by Oregon revised statutes, and short-term rentals are not permitted under ORS in farm and forest zones. Just briefly to talk about how the amendment process works. So for the zoning code, proposed revisions to the zoning code go first to the Planning Commission for your review, and you will make a formal recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, and that's where we are today. As the Planning Commission, you are certainly free to make any amendments to what's being proposed today that staff has put forward. You can recommend the board accept it as submitted. You can recommend the board accept revisions to it, or you can recommend that the board reject it outright. So once you make your formal recommendation to the board, then it will go in an ordinance form for 2 public hearings. And tentatively, we have those hearings scheduled for April 13th and 27th. And then our short-term rental licensing moratorium is set to expire on April 28th. And then there's a separate part that goes along with this, a companion ordinance that does not come to the Planning Commission. And these are the revisions to the Clatsop County Code. And so we would be making revisions to Title V to add in the Arch Cape operating standards, and possibly some other revisions to these operating standards for the rest of unincorporated county. And that also is an ordinance that requires 2 public hearings. And again, we have them tentatively set to track with your zoning code amendments with public hearings on April 13th and April 27th. I have forwarded to the Planning Commission all of the written comments that have been received prior to 10 a.m. this morning. I have not had time to check my email during the meeting, so if anyone has sent in written comments since 10 o'clock this morning, I've not been able to check them. But the comments have been posted to the county's website, forwarded to the Planning Commission. Just for the record, we've received written comments from Beth Radich, Denise and Jeff Davis, Joanne Cornelius, Rick and Leslie Smith, Rick Hess, Susan Paduano, Charles Dice, Drea Frost, Tim Ramey, Tammy Litwinchuk, Jeff Sturr, John Meyer, Nancy Chase, Carol Harn, Kathy Grew, Monica Kirk, Elise Shoup, Alan Solaris, Ted Morgan, and Carolyn Crawford. And I know that I have provided a lot of information right now, so I'm happy to answer any questions, and we can go back to any slides that you may have questions about as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Henriksen. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to invite questions from the commissioners, and these are just initial questions, not comments, not commentary for staff, and then we'll do public hearing, and after the public hearing, then we'll move into our motions and more in-depth discussion and comments. So do we have from the commissioners any initial questions on the staff report and presentation before we move on to that public hearing?
I do.
Commissioner Orr, go ahead.
Yes. So I'm wondering if it were to be the case that the Planning Commission sought to modify the first proposal, which was, as I understood, to revise the zoning code to incorporate STR regulations to there's 16 or the 20 other areas in the county in the form of a type 1 hearing licensing process or approval process. Where would that leave us in terms of our deadline of April 28th, 2022? I call it a deadline because, you know, things could happen if we don't take care of this. What would that do to this movement to amend the code, the law doc and the Clatsop County Code if the Planning Commission were to recommend that? Would it simply be that the Board of Commissioners could approve it or disapprove it and not further slow down the process as well? Gail, that's a question for you.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner Orr. If the Planning Commission chooses to make revisions to what is currently proposed, your recommendation then would go forward with those amendments to the board. The board would then have the option of accepting your revisions or rejecting them or making further amendments to them. But it may not necessarily hold up the process. I guess it would depend on what came out of our meeting today here at the Planning Commission, and then what route the board wanted to take as well. So the moratorium will still expire on April 28th, whether these amendments are passed or not.
Second question. Thank you, Gil. Second question. Were the Planning Commission to recommend and the Board of Commissioners approve going from a type 1 to a type 2A process for approval of short-term rentals? I'd be interested in hearing what staff has to say about perceived workload increases or concerns about workload increases were that to occur.
Currently, the permits that have been issued since 2018 are 5-year permits. Those permits would start to expire in 2023. We have 197 approximately licensed short-term rentals in unincorporated county. So beginning in 2023, we would need to process those that wanted to renew their applications, plus any new ones that may be coming in once our code amendments are approved.
Commissioner Orr, you're on mute.
So would there be an avalanche of these things, more relatively speaking, these reapplications, or should the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Commission be concerned about, you know, the one, I think it's called the 120-day rule, that if there's no action taken, you know, it's granted?
Yeah, under ORS, the cities have 120 days. The county does have 150, but it would be a significant increase during 2023 when we would have to process the majority of those renewals coming through, possibly up to 200. So that would be a significant increase in work during calendar year 2023. And if the board were to approve all short-term rentals as a type 2A, which would require a public hearing, staff would have to recommend a fee increase in order to cover those additional costs. And that would have to be discussed with the board.
Thank you very much.
Do other commissioners have questions for staff?
Yeah,
Yes, Commissioner Powers.
just clarification. So the proposal right now is for 16 zones, type 1 only permit. And is that correct?
That's correct.
The second question procedurally is, do we have to accept all 16 zones, or may we selectively propose removal of certain zones?
The Planning Commission can recommend that certain zones be eliminated. You can also recommend that maybe in certain zones, the process be elevated to a type 2 or a type 2A. That is part of why we're having our hearing today. So we, as staff, have presented what we have heard the board give as direction to staff. And so we now take it to the Planning Commission, and you will have to have your discussion and consider staff input, public input, and come to your own recommendations to the board.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Okay, I have one comment and one question. So the parallel, so that we have the land use approval, and then you have the business ordinance. And in that, is it correct that there is a public notice requirement for getting a permit or getting it renewed?
It's sent out to property owners within 300 feet, and that is done after the permit is issued.
So, okay, so then they just get notified and there's no opportunity to challenge the permit. Is that right?
I believe I would want to double check with county council, but I believe that any challenge to the permit that had been issued would go directly into the court system. It would not be a land use decision that would go to LUBA.
Okay. And then you had said that prior to that business ordinance being adopted, that the county, so that there had been short-term rentals, but they weren't really being managed. But you said they were paying room tax. Is that actually true? I feel like when that happened, the reason that we actually developed that whole ordinance, besides it being the right thing to do, was so that that room tax would start to be collected on those throughout, the outside of Arch Cape.
Yes, Chair, it is true. I did not tell a lie on that. I have documentation from assessment and taxation that in 2016, 2017, and into 2018, and it goes back further, but 2016 and 17 were the numbers I received from assessment and taxation, that people were paying room tax. There were no operating standards to guide them in how their rentals were used, but no, I did not make that fact up. Thank you.
I was not implying you were making it up. I was just trying to make sure. I was trying to remember. I didn't really understand that. I have to comment on the statement that the intent was always to merge the Arch Cape ordinances with the general larger county ordinances, and just to say that it is easier for the county to have one set of ordinances. But the reason that it wasn't merged at that time is because there's a large public outcry when that was proposed. And so from a public perspective, that was not the intent. It may be of the interest to the county as an organization, but I don't like to hear that repeated as true, because there may have been some intent from some individuals on the county level, but there's a reason why. And one of the reasons is because Arch Cape doesn't allow everyday rentals. It's only one rental per week. And that really makes a difference in terms of community livability. So I don't want to let that lie without that, what I consider to be a correction. Any other questions before we move on to the public hearing? Okay, let's go ahead and move on. So
Chair,
this hearing.
I do have 8 people who have signed up to speak.
Oh,
when you're
great.
ready.
Well, let's do those in order then, and then we'll see if there's anybody remaining. Just like at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to limit today because we have so much on our agenda and we're trying to get done by 2:30. So I really appreciate everyone being here, but we'll try to be efficient about this. This hearing is open to public testimony. All speakers from the floor are to state their name and their address before they speak. If you're appearing in a representative capacity, please identify who you represent and limit your remarks to 3 minutes in order to permit all present an equal opportunity to speak. And for those of you who are on video, I saw that staff had a handy tool to put the timer up, so that how your timing is going here. So I'll leave it to you, Director Henriksen, to go down that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The first registered speaker is Ed Joyce.
Mr. Joyce, did you speak? Were you interested in speaking on short-term rentals today? He may have left. I feel like he originally was here for goal 7, but let's move on to the next one here.
Okay, next is Charles Dice.
Mr. Dice, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardner. So thanks for the opportunity to speak. As you've already heard, and some of you already know, Cove Beach is a small community in the southwest corner of the county, 66 homes in Cove Beach. And we're now besieged with about 22 short-term rentals since 2018. And this is quite upsetting to a lot of us that live in Cove Beach and in the coastal residential zone as well. You've already heard that in 2018, the county developed this new STR ordinance, and they started issuing permits pretty much to anybody who asked for one. Unfortunately, those were issued to people in Cove Beach and in the CR zone, which was a violation of the code. So all of the residents of Cove Beach and a majority of the property owners in Cove Beach are opposed to having STRs in our community in violation of the CR zoning code. You have a letter in your packet dated January 25th, 2021, documenting this fact. So the facts are really clear. Number one, the county issued STR permits in Cove Beach in violation of the existing law. Number two, the citizens who live in Cove Beach are opposed to having STRs in our community and want the county to follow the law. Number three, STRs are not appropriate in the coastal residential zone, nor in Cove Beach. And number four, the only people who benefit from STRs are really the business owners, none of whom live in Clatsop County. So we would ask the members of the Planning Commission to take the time to study the actual facts in this matter, to look at the evidence that has been submitted by the residents of the community, and to follow the law, as well as the designed and documented intent of the relevant planning documents, the Comprehensive Plan and the Southwest Coastal Community Plan. You should also look at how other nearby jurisdictions have successfully and legally dealt with the issue of STRs in their communities. Many jurisdictions, Astoria, Warrenton, Gerhardt, Lincoln County, have listened to their residents and have done the right thing by prohibiting STRs in some or all of their residential neighborhoods, while other communities like Seaside, Cannon Beach, Manzanita have implemented caps on the number of STRs and caps on the frequency of use. Virtually all of the communities along the Oregon coast, as well as many inland communities, have or are developing ordinance to restrict STRs in residential neighborhoods. Only Clatsop County seems to be flinging open the barn doors and inviting STRs everywhere and anywhere. So why is this? Why is the county ignoring their own citizens? Why is the county favoring absentee business owners over their own citizens? What is the compelling reason to change a well-designed zoning ordinance that has served the citizens of Clatsop County well for the past 50 years? Who benefits from this change and who is harmed? This is a major change to existing land use rules.
Thank you. That's 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Dice. Would you please just state your address for the record?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's 31911 Clatsop Lane, Arch Cape, actually Cove Beach.
Thank you so much. Just for the new commissioners, it's a little confusing because Arch Cape and Falcon Cove share an address, like the Arch Cape mailboxes, but are not the same community. They're on the other side of a tunnel in two distinct communities. So, all right, let's move on to our next speaker.
Next is Vivian Simon Brown.
Ms. Simon Brown, you spoke earlier. Do you want to just briefly restate, or was that sufficient?
I think I got most of my message across. So thank you very much for the time. I'll pass it on to someone else.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Denise Davis.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. Good morning. I'm Denise Davis. My husband Jeff and I live at 79432 Ray Brown Road in Cove Beach in the CR zone. Thanks for this opportunity to share my testimony in this public hearing, in which you're all carefully reviewing, as proposed by our County Board of Supervisors, changes to the law duck for the sole purpose of accommodating the addition of STR commercial activity as a permitted use in all residential zones, including the CR zone, and making an STR permit a type 1 decision, which eliminates the possibility of public input from the very people who are most impacted, we, the residents and neighbors. Boy, do we really need your help. You know better than we do that the law duck was created several decades ago after comprehensive and careful analysis, planning, and cost. The code classifies as rural lands and coastal residential the fragile and somewhat inhospitable areas to protect them from encroaching development. It's this fragile, utterly natural environment that drew us to invest our life savings in purchasing our forever home on Ray Brown Road more than 5 years ago, because we loved its location in a quiet and natural setting that prohibits commercial activity. The following year, the county began issuing STR permits in code violation in CR zoned Cove Beach. And since then, as you've heard, the number of permits has exploded to 30% of the existing homes in our neighborhood, with no proposed caps in sight, no limit. Now that the County Board of Commissioners comprehends the unlawfulness of permitting in the CR zone 22 homes as STR businesses, rather than curbing or sunsetting, rather than respecting the clearly stated wishes of the people who live here, the board is actually looking as a fix at having you all on the Planning Commission endorse a huge zoning change in the law duck. And to what end? To sweep under the rug the county's wrongdoing, to make STRs a permitted use in our delicate residential neighborhood. It's unfathomable that our County Board of Supervisors can actually expect that you all on the Planning Commission will make such an incredibly major land use decision that overturns so many decades of study and understanding of residential zones, including the CR zone. I mean, for one thing, the county commissioners have presented zero justification for making such a sweeping change to the existing land use code. And for another, do the County Board of Commissioners actually expect you responsible planning commissioners to reclassify land use without any in-depth evaluation, study, and review? Thank you, Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mrs. Davis.
Next is either Leslie Smith or Rick Smith.
Hi, this is Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your full name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Rick Smith and my wife Leslie. We've been permanent residents for over 10 years at 79-165 Ray Brown Road in Cove Beach. And thanks for the opportunity to speak today. In addition to the previous testimony about maintaining the CR zone, I'd like to speak regarding health and safety concerns as it relates to STRs and septic tanks, septic systems. The proposed ordinance of extending the Arch Cape STR requirements to include Cove Beach and other CR zones have ignored the fact that Arch Cape has a sewage system and Cove Beach homes are all use septic tanks. And related to this, with the current Arch Cape STR occupancy and the sleeping area definition in this proposed ordinance, you could have an occupancy of up to 14 people based on 5 sleeping areas and 4 extra occupants. You should reject this proposal to extend the Arch Cape requirements to include Cove Beach and instead revise the recommendations to not modify the Clatsop County Code as it pertains to coastal residential zones described in the comprehensive plan. And I just want to refer to the US EPA study that was done where over the last 20 years, DEQ has approved several Cove Beach homes for the traditional 1,000 gallon tank and 300 feet of leach lines. And these septic systems are designed to handle 450 gallons of sewage flow per day for a typical 3 or 4 bedroom home. And the US EPA has determined that the average water use in the US ranges from 40 to 70 gallons per day per person. And so using that average and with this occupancy of up to 14 occupants, that at 40 gallons per day per person, that's 560 gallons of sewage flow. And if we go to 70 gallons per person, that's over twice the rated sewage flow that the septic can handle. So this excess sewage flow of fecal microbial concentrations would make it an immediate health hazard to humans and animals that come in contact with the overflow and would likely contaminate the Falcon Cove Marine Reserve. So again, I request that you don't want Clatsop County to risk their tourist business to headline news reports about overflowing septic systems. And please reject the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I have would it be appropriate this time to ask a question of the public speaker?
Sure, yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot your name, sir, but I hear this Commissioner Orr, and I hear the comments that you have made and the comments made by the others, the thoughtful and reasonable requests on your part. My question is, as I understood what I perceived to be your sought relief was to not change the ordinance. But as I understand the situation, it seems like some change is needed to clarify and restrict, from your perspective, clarify and restrict the current system, which is very easy to, except the moratorium, very easy to get these STRs through a type 1 process. So my question is, would your concerns be allayed if a type 2A process requiring approval by the planning commission to these, would that allay your concerns, or did you have another specific idea about how to allay these concerns? Obviously, if there's a health problem associated with the septic, that's got to be on the list of criterion for approval or disapproval. Go ahead, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Orr. My concern or my recommendation is for CR zones to not allow STRs at all, as Charles Dice and others have also testified and talked about. And so you could have STRs in other unincorporated areas, but as defined by the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission has approved the ordinance or the zoning for coastal residential zones to not include STRs. I was speaking on behalf of all STRs that may be tied to a septic system, but that the CR zone should not include STRs at all. And in a separate letter I've submitted, and as the lawyers have submitted as well, as referenced by Gail Hendrickson's documentation, you can unwind the existing STRs permits over an extended period of time to give them time to opt out of their initial investment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. And I'd just like to stick a pin on it for discussion and motion by the board on the CR zones, reinforcing their importance and in our notes to the Board of Commissioner, and thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Orr, too. I should have been stopping between each speaker to ask if commissioners have questions. So we'll keep moving forward and do that on these additional ones. And then also we have an opportunity to circle back if we need to on those initial speakers. So any other questions for Mr. Smith before we move on to the next speaker from the commissioners? All right, Director Hendrickson, who's next on our list.
Thank you. Chair, if I might, before I call the next speaker, I did want to address the discussion that just occurred, and occupancy and septic requirements are handled through the operating standards, and there are separate revisions that are proposed to section 5.12 in the Clatsop County Code addressing those issues. So I just want to make sure that the Planning Commission understands that you are not looking at occupancy and sewer issues or septic issues at today's meeting. That's outside of the purview of the scope of the work that's before you. Next speaker is Nancy Chase.
Ms. Chase, would you like to speak? Please name you. Please give your full name and your address.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy Chase, 3026 Northeast 22nd Avenue, Portland, Oregon 97212. And I also live part-time at Cove Beach, and it's a short-term rental. And I've owned it for 30 years. And I think there's kind of the mythology that with the coming of Airbnb and VRBO, that all of a sudden there was an explosion of short-term rentals. But Cove Beach / Falcon Cove has always been a community of part-time owners. mainly from Portland. And the most recent development is people moving there to live full-time as technology has improved and people have retired. So I would like, to fact check Mr. Dice. I don't think he speaks for the whole community and would be glad to discuss that further. On the septic issue, just as a clarification, short-term rentals have probably the best septic systems because we don't get our permits until they've been evaluated professionally. And that's a $800 to $1,200 process to go through. I would like to say though, as having a short-term rental, and I used to advertise for the Oregonian and Craigslist, if you remember those groups, or put it on the bulletin board. It really has been an appeal to the families who want to come and vacation at the coast affordably, to have a refrigerator and a place to cook and a bigger house for the kids. Besides tourism, the short-term rentals I've rented to folks who've had flood damage or fire damage to their homes in the community and needed a place to stay. During the pandemic, I rented to a lot of medical professionals who just needed a furnished place to stay in while they helped and assisted at local hospitals. So I think there's a multitude of reasons why people use a short-term rental. And I really think, Cove Beach is a unique place. It's probably unique from anything else, but most of the folks are part-time owners. If I don't have my short-term rental income, I'll sell, and it's not going to help the rental market at all in the community. What it's going to do is you're going to have someone wealthy who's going to tear it down and build a McMansion, or someone who can afford to have a part-time place without renting it out. So I feel as an owner of a residential property, whether I'm renting it for 1 day or 30 days or a year, I have that right to rent as long as it's a safe, sound place for the public. So I hope you'll consider this from the point of view of the short-term rental owners. Thank you for your time and considering this important issue.
Thank you, Ms. Chase. Do we have any questions for her from the commissioners? I have a question for her. Do you believe that there should be a cap on the number of vacation rentals in communities?
Well, I would already, I guess, be part of that existing unit, but I feel so many people can't afford a beach house unless they do rent it out. And there's so many people, there are not enough hotels. There's so many people who can't share our wonderful experience of having a place at the coast. So right now I wouldn't do a cap for the county.
Would you support more than 30% of your residents now where you live full-time to be vacation rentals?
Well, I think 30% is not a bad number. I think you have more of that, a bigger percentage of part-time folks who likely have friends visit and family visit, or, kind of run a more informal short-term rental. I think it's hard to police, and I don't think it's really the county's responsibility to do that. I think they just need to make sure it's safe. I'd also like to say we're bending over. The short-term rental owners have been spending the last 2 years trying to help on garbage and noise and visitors and dogs, anything to make it easier for the community. Mr. Dice and others who've spoken knew they were short-term rentals when they purchased their property. So it was a pre-existing situation that they're now trying to change into a private community.
Thank you, Ms. Chase. Director Henriksen, who do we have next?
Next is Beth Radich.
Mrs. Radish, could you please state your name and address for the record? If you're speaking, you're on mute. Maybe you're not here.
Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, can hear you now. Thank you.
Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Radish. Can you hear
Great.
us? Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. My name is Beth Radich and I live in Cove Beach on Tide. Yes. I can hear you.
We can hear you, Ms. Radich.
Welcome.
Ms. Radish, we can hear you.
Can you still hear me, Nadia?
Yeah, we can still hear you. Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay, I continue to speak. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for this time. It's kind of amazing to hear your process. Thank you for being so open and transparent, asking questions and listening,
Sorry,
actively
Ms. Radish,
listening. So I live on Tide Road in Cove Beach, which is a CR zone. Our family owns a small construction firm that's focused on civic and resident.
Ms. Radish, we can still hear you.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
One thing that we're challenged by in Southwest County is internet, unstable. Ms. Radish, can you hear us? I think we should move on to the next speaker for now, and maybe she can come back in a couple minutes when maybe things will improve.
The last speaker we have registered is John Meyer.
Mr. Meyer, could you please state your full name and your address, your mailing address for the record, please?
State your full name.
My name is John Meyer, and our property is at 31865 Clatsop Lane in Arch Cape, which is really Cove Beach, and we do have a short-term rental, as well as we use the home for our own family and friends. We've been coming to the Oregon coast since the 1940s, renting in the summer homes in Cannon Beach and Arch Cape. So we're part of that group of Oregon residents who come and enjoy the Oregon coast because there are opportunities to rent a home, and we've always come with a family. We bought our home in Cove Beach about 5 years ago. At the time, it was a short-term rental. And to be honest, we were very impressed with the county's procedures and protocols for getting inspections, septic inspections, safety, and other code relative to parking and things of this nature. We've been very, very sensitive to our neighbors. We try to go out of our way to make sure our guests are aware of the good neighbor policy, the dark sky provisions at night. And if we get a call, which is rare, we're very happy to get that call from a neighbor to be able to take action and fix the problem if there is a problem. We limit the number of adult guests in our home. We are thrilled when families come. So it's a very special place for us. One of the things that I'm a bit troubled by is there's always a lot of misinformation or exaggeration about the issues of STRs and the problems they create. We're not against the environment. I've spent many years working in affordable housing. I've spent many years working to protect Oregon white oaks and significant trees. And we're very sensitive to this. So we look forward to continuing that, and we hope and appreciate your efforts to respect our needs in the community and our interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Any questions for Mr. Meyer before we move on from the commissioners? All right, I want to circle back and see if we got Mrs. Radich again.
Hi,
Radich.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and address for the record. And then you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Beth Radich, and my family resides full-time on Tide Road in Cove Beach, which is a CR zone. We own a small construction firm focused on civic and residential work. I volunteer in the neighborhood, serving the community on both our local school and water district boards. And so planning commissioners, all of you, I recognize and appreciate your service to the community. I know it's a lot. And just engaging in this real conversation today where you're asking us questions and we can hear your dialogue and your reasoning and your thinking has just been incredible. So thank you. Some additional background for those newer to this issue. I think Commissioner Henricks covered this really well earlier, but the residents, the voters, the people who make this community livable and who bear the daily impacts of SDRs were never included in the decision when SDR permits began to be issued in our CR zone neighborhoods. We were completely left out of that. And I think it's played out pretty much as you would expect with something like that. And Commissioner Henriksen covered those, the sequence of events really well. Over the past few years, despite starting good faith conversations with the county with the goal that we would really try to ensure our zoning would actually be enforced and to stem the rapid degradation of livability that's been brought about by what has become truly an explosion of commercial, highly transactional STRs. These businesses have increased by a staggering 100% in our neighborhood in the last few years. They now take up about 30% of the housing supply in our community. That radically impacts livability and housing costs. And the folks that live here every day who didn't have a say in any of this, now we're thankful to have a voice, and we're really hoping that we can be heard. But a lot of damage has been done. A lot of damage has been done to folks that are getting priced out of being able to afford a house and live in this community. Meanwhile, there's plenty of areas in Clatsop County where zoning allows and resources such as roads and parking, sewer systems, or on-site managers, they can support hotels and STRs, but a coastal residential zone like ours just is not that area. And allowing these businesses to operate in CR zones where other businesses are not allowed, it's just preferential and prejudicial against residents. These are families who desperately want and need homes, and this policy is just favoring out of area absentee business owners and the corporations that are profiting from them as well. So it doesn't serve residents and voters. It's pretty counterproductive that the county is proposing to alter the CR zone to only support the non-resident out of area business owners against very consistent and very united input from residents.
Thank you. That's been
This area
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Radish, for your comments. Do we have any questions for her?
This is Commissioner Kwang. I have questions.
Yes, great.
You say businesses that own these rentals, to which business are you speaking of, or are the? And I guess also a question for Director Henderson is: are these the short-term rental, are they mostly owned by residents, or are there businesses that own these?
Thank you for the question. I think what we're seeing now is a real increase in businesses buying these properties and running them. They can be small businesses, but they're often LLCs. And then there are, of course, the secondary businesses, which are the Airbnbs or the Vacasas that are also profiting and pushing this. So now what we're seeing when I have an employee or a teacher that I'm working with and trying to support, or a neighbor trying to find full-time housing, and I immediately talk to an owner who's thinking about selling or find out about a listing in the area, the people who need homes are being totally outbidded by corporations from out of the area who want to buy into this vacation rental math, which pays them and really takes the housing supply out of our community. And I think what I heard Chair Gardner and Commissioner Orr say in the beginning of this meeting is, the most effective and efficient thing we can do is enforce the zoning we already have and use the housing supply that we already have to house residents that desperately need housing. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that real transition to, while it's, sounds like John Meyer is, maybe the exception, the growing trend is definitely that people are treating these as businesses. That's what they are.
Thank you.
Thank
Director,
you.
Director Hendrickson, could you speak to that at all about who owning these businesses?
So the property owners vary, and we don't look at who the property owner is and say, well, you as a single individual can own this property and operate a short-term rental, while you as an LLC or a revocable trust or a living trust cannot. So we can't look at who the owner is and make a determination based on that. I mean, either the use is listed in the zoning code and it meets the criteria, or it isn't listed in the zoning code, or it doesn't meet the criteria. I'm looking at the licenses that have been issued, and I'm trying to take a very quick count while we're talking, but I would say throughout the entire unincorporated county, about a quarter are owned by an LLC or a revocable trust or a living trust. So, and that's throughout the entire county. That's not specifically focused just on Cove Beach.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak during the public hearing portion of this agenda item? Okay, well, hearing none, public testimony is, oh, I have a waiver down there with a hat on. Yes, go ahead and state your name and your address for the record, please.
Sure, my name is Karen Fish, and my husband and 9-year-old son and I live at 78978 Cove Beach Road in Falcon Cove, and we moved here a year and a half ago, so our son could attend Fire Mountain School. I'm currently on the board of the school, and we very much love the community, and we are, I guess, one of those unicorns. So I'm going to cut my video here. I'm out in the community garden. Sorry, it's my volunteer day. We are in one of those unicorns who's able to find, through word of mouth and the help of a neighbor, a longer term rental. But it's only for the time being, as our landlord has told us that she hopes to convert the house into a short-term rental. So it is very real, the crush on housing, and it's certainly not just about affordable housing. We are a middle-income family, and we can. There are no rentals to be had anywhere really in the market, anywhere within easy driving distance of the school, and there are certainly no affordable houses on the market either. So it is kind of stunning to me that we would be considering keeping the doors wide open to these short-term rental investment properties at a time when we're also talking about the incredible housing shortage in Clatsop County and elsewhere in Oregon. It's really it's quite disturbing. And the only thing I wanted to mention was that having looked at the proposal, I have real concerns about the county's commitment to enforcement. We have not experienced some of the things that some of our long-term resident neighbors have experienced, but in the time that we did call the county, we were treated really brusquely when we made a complaint about garbage, and basically told that it was not a priority for the person inspecting or the person who came to enforce. and that these kinds of, giving the impression that these kinds of issues in the community were of a low priority. And I gotta say, like, it seems like the income from the short-term rentals is flowing up to the county, but I don't see a ton of services to our local roads and community, and that's concerning to me also. But I do really appreciate the process underway now and the time taken to hear all of these perspectives. I do hope that although most renters probably don't know that they have a voice, and for whatever reason aren't raising their voices, that we're out here and we're struggling. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Fish. Director Hendrickson, could you mute the unmuted telephone for me? Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Fish before we move on? Okay, thanks everyone for your voices. The public testimony is now closed and discussion is open for Planning Commission members. I had forgotten one of my questions for staff, and I might just do that right now if that's okay with everyone. In our last meeting, we were talking about accessory dwelling units and the non-resource land, rural residential versus development lands, the areas that have, often have water, sometimes have sewer, have commercial lands in them, kind of the more development areas. Could you identify those in this long list that you've provided to us?
Okay, just give me 1 second, please. Okay, so the ones that are considered development, that would include the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone, the Napa Swenson Rural Community Residential, the Rural Community Commercial, the Rural Community Multifamily Residential, Rural Community Residential, Rural Service Area Multifamily Residential, Rural Service Area Single Family Residential. And then the rural lands would include the Coastal Beach Residential, Coastal Residential, General Commercial, Neighborhood Commercial, Residential Agriculture Zones 1, 2, 5, and 10, Single Family Residential 1, and Tourist Commercial.
Complex, thank you. So you would call those development zones with that first group that you had listed? Is that what they call them?
So in the comprehensive plan, there are 6 types of land use designations. There's development, there's rural lands, there's natural, there's conservation forests, there's conservation, rural agriculture lands, and then there's conservation other resources. And so with each land use designation, that's kind of the base of your pyramid. And that generally, in a very general sense, says, here's generally what we want to see in terms of the intensity of development in a particular area. And on top of that, there's the layer that's the zoning layer. And the zoning layer gets into more specifics. So if you're in a development area, you know that you will have slightly more intense development than if you're rural lands. And so your zoning will reflect that. It may have smaller lot sizes, it may have reduced setbacks. And then from there, you move up the pyramid and get more specific until you get to the building permit stage, which is very specific in terms of literal nuts and bolts. So it's a pyramid that moves up. So the first 5 here, I believe, yes, the first 5 that you see listed here, these are the development zones, and then the ones underneath it are the rural land zones that are designated rural lands.
So there's 2 major sections there. Okay, thank you. Do any of the other commissioners have questions for staff or that came up during that public hearing section? Public comment section. Yes, Commissioner Powers.
Yeah, for Director Harrington, I noticed today, again, this is my first meeting. Most of the speakers, if not all of them, were from Cove Beach. In the past, have you had any speakers from other coastal beach residential areas or other coastal residential areas?
I would say that probably of all the town hall meetings that staff has held or board workshops or comments that we've received, I would say probably 97 to 98% of the speakers have been either from the Cove Beach or Arch Cape area. I believe that over the course of the past year and a half, almost 2 years, we've had 1 or 2 speakers from Clatsop Plains. We've had one from out in the Jewel area, and I believe we had another who is not part of the Southwest Coastal. The reason really is the majority of the complaints that we had received that started this whole process were coming out of Cove Beach. And that's why we started this whole discussion dialogue process. And that's where you continue to hear from the most community members down there.
Good, thanks.
And percentage wise, aren't the vast majority of the permits in Arch Cape and Falcon Cove Beach at this time?
Without having the chart right up in front of me, a significant portion of them are. I could not give you the exact percentage though, right off the top of my head.
Other questions from staff for staff? Yes, Commissioner Orr.
Yeah, I'm wondering, and this relates to enforcement capabilities, realities of budgets. And I'm wondering if the fact that 97% of the complaints or expressions of concern coming from Cove Beach, Falcon Beach, or Arch Cape has anything to do with the fact that this is going on to some extent, perhaps in other communities like Gearhart or Seaside, this sort of short-term rental under the radar. Can anybody address that, whether there is a belief founded in fact that there is some level of underreported, under the radar short-term rentals going on outside of the high concern area?
So the incident of unreported or unlicensed short-term rentals is actually very low. Assessment and taxation has a staff person, and our lodging revs code compliance hotline are constantly tracking people who are advertising short-term rentals, and very few of them that we come across are unlicensed, and those are dealt with through code compliance. So I don't know that that's the issue. Short-term rentals outside of Arch Cape have operated for years without any ordinances or operating standards before 2018. All they were required to do was pay room tax. To go back to, I believe it was Chair Gardner's question perhaps about the number of rentals. So we had, this is a little bit old information. This is from September of 2021. But at that time, 40% of the permitted short-term rentals were in Arch Cape, and then 11% or 21 of them were in Cove Beach. And then the remainders were either in an unincorporated Warrenton, Seaside, Nehalem, Gearhart, Cannon Beach, or Astoria.
That's pretty striking that Warrenton, so that could be, that would include like Clatsop Plains also. The Gearhart and Warrenton ones would probably be like kind of in between the two cities, but
correct.
Thank you for sharing that. That's a really interesting chart. So it's about 50% of, this very large county are in those areas, but there's certainly representation throughout the unincorporated areas, and of course in the cities themselves. Okay, so I want to direct the commissioners to page 27 and 28 of our packet. That goes through the next steps and the recommendation. So at the bottom of 27, staff lays out for us, very organized. Thank you very much for the guidance. 3 courses of action to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the visions as submitted by staff, approve the revisions, but with amendments that we add, or go ahead and recommend that the Board of Commissioners deny the revisions, On 28, staff recommends that we go ahead and do number 1, which is to recommend the revisions as submitted by staff. What I might suggest is that we start with a motion in a second, and then we have some discussion. And within that, we could, if we want to entertain amendments, we could go underneath that. Does someone want to start with that? Or if you would prefer, I'd be happy to do some discussion beforehand as well. But I worry that we're not going to get through this in an efficient manner if we don't kind of move through the process. So what are y'all thinking?
I would love to hear what the revisions submitted by staff are, what the actual changes are. They're listed here, but could they go through those really quick, what they are existing and what the changes would be?
Yes, so the revisions would be as follows, and this begins on page 30 of your agenda package. So in the Arch Cape Rural Community Residential Zone, which is section 4.0620, subsection 12, we would delete the reference to the Arch Cape operating standards, which is section 5.4910, and replace that language with language that reflects that those standards are going to be moved to chapter 5.24 of the Clatsop County Code. Any questions on that proposed change?
No. Yeah, I do. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this Commissioner Orr, and my question is it implicit that by putting the standards or the updated policy of the county in chapter 5 of the Clatsop Code, is it implicit in that these are being regulated as businesses primarily rather than being regulated through the zoning ordinance component?
So Title 5 of the Clatsop County Code is business regulations and standards. So that's where the standards that we have currently for short-term rentals outside of Arch Cape are located, where standards for marijuana uses, whether it's production, processing, retail, or wholesale, or research, those operating standards are included in Title 5 of the Clatsop County Code. The transient room tax is included in Title 5 of the Clatsop County Code as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
So Director Henriksen, let's just let her go over quickly the proposed changes first. So she's just gone to the Arch Cape. That would be taking the regulations around short-term rentals out of the land use code and putting it into the business ordinances. And next.
Then we would move on to section 4.0720, subsection 15. This is for the Miles Crossing, Jeffers Garden, and Westport Rural Community Residential Zones. And that would add short-term rentals as a permitted type 1 use, subject to the standards in chapters 5.12 of Clatsop County Code. And that's the existing operating standards for every area outside of Arch Cape. And then I'll go through these, but basically that exact same sentence and change is proposed in the following zoning districts, which would include Napa Swenson Rural Community Residential. It would include the Rural Service Area Single Family Residential Zone, the Rural Community Multifamily Residential Zone, the Rural Service Area Multifamily Residential Zone, the Rural Community Commercial Zone, the Coastal Beach Residential Zone, the Coastal Residential Zone, Single Family Residential 1 Zone, Residential Agriculture Zones RA1, RA2, RA5, and RA10, the Neighborhood Commercial Zone, the General Commercial Zone, and the Tourist Commercial Zone. And then for Article 5, we would go into that section that currently includes the Arch Cape operating standards, which is section 5.4900 all the way down through 5.4970. And we would repeal those requirements because they would then be moved to the Clatsop County Code in a newly created section 5.24. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
On that one, so would Arch Cape's short-term rentals, what are they currently? Are they a 2, 1, a 2, or 2A?
Sorry, Chair, I meant to click on me and I accidentally muted you.
Oh,
I didn't hear what you said.
sorry. For the Arch Cape one, is it currently a 1, a 2, or a 2A for a short-term rental? And what would it be with these changes?
It is currently a 1, so no public hearing, no public notice, and it would continue to remain a 1.
Okay. And I just wanted to note, like, I understand why staff did this, but these are truncated sections of each zoning section. And what's left out is what's required to be 2 and 2A. And I just happened to look at the CR one before the meeting, and it is interesting to me to see what other things are required to be 2 and 2A. For example, in the CR zone, which is the Falcon Cove Beach zoning, B&Bs are required to be, I believe, a 2 or a 2A. So to me, that is relevant information to what we're trying to decide today. So we might, if we want to talk about that more deeply, ask staff to fill us in on what other things are normally 2 and 2A in these zones, because it might be different from zone to zone. Commissioner Orr has a question or a comment.
Yes, and by the law of averages, my verbosity today will balance out for all the meetings I've attended. So my comment is that first of all, we're talking about a 2 and a 2A process, type 2A and 2A for the bed and breakfasts, given that what I've read, there is not a significant difference between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental, although maybe a bed and breakfast is more attendant to details and numbers of people staying. I see no reason to not impose the 2 and the 2A upon all places, all parts of the county. As I've noted, there is an uproar up here in Astoria about workforce housing. It's needed. Everybody agrees it's where it goes, and who benefits from the public square. And I have to say that consistent with my endorsement of the chair's remarks that we should work with existing housing. It's a hell of a lot easier than getting new housing or new affordable housing or workforce housing built. And given what seems to me the anecdotal reports and the actual testimony today, I've heard about reports in Gearhart. I don't know why those people are not writing in, but I've heard comments and I've, as the municipal court judge down there, I've seen complaints and reports of things going on down there in Gearhart. We need to get a handle on this situation. It's critical. The lack of affordable housing is affecting the ability of the county to attract and keep mid-level management, needed trades workers, and quality workers that want to live here but can't afford to live here or can't find any place to live. So my position is that we need to apply the 2A. I'm open to arguments against applying the type 2A proceeding, and I highlighted them, but what are the resources available to go through that and not run into a 120-day timeline? One idea could be that in particular areas, and this is a complicating factor, but to deal with the anticipated problem of resources in the 120-day rule, that we place the 2A in areas of critical concern, namely the Arch Cape, Cove, and Falcon Beach areas, and other concerns, other places where concerns about this is happening. And then perhaps just go to a type 2 standard for all other areas. We need to get a handle on this. We need to address the amortization issue, and at some point we should discuss the legal issues. I have to say, I've read twice Daniel Kern's written materials. He's a land use lawyer of some repute, and I think he really nailed it. I think he did as good a job in citing the law and citing the concerns and the liability concerns for takings. And I studied that in law school, did a little bit of it, and I've been updating my research. And what's absent from his materials, as far as I could tell, is recent developments in the law. The United States Supreme Court is differently constituted than it was, in a way that's concerning for me, as far as pro-business and versus residential concerns on the inverse condemnation or takings rules. So that's my long-winded way of saying that we need to get a handle on this, on the workforce housing issue. We need to get a handle on protecting the neighborhoods. And the anecdotal reports that I've gotten is many more than are normally allowed. People are showing up with their parking. They're putting stress on the water systems. They're putting stress on the septic systems. They're putting stress on the quiet and livability aspects of places that have been neighborhoods. Now, the gentleman who spoke that his family has had this vacation rental since the 1940s, it would seem kind of unfair that he would perhaps have a more difficult situation in doing what he's doing for his family and friends. And I have to discount by the fact that he seems to have a different perception from so many other people who have said that the livability and the concerns of the residents are being unheard, and they're not being well respected by the county or the property owners or the short-term LLC owners or the short-term business out of county owners. So I'm going to weigh in on the side of the residents. They're here, they're speaking in detail. They've hired lawyers. They've hired a lawyer who's written a very persuasive memorandum. I think right now my position is clearly go with the type 2A, at least for the areas of most immediate quality of life concerns, and maybe work it so that we can get something approved by April 28th, which is 2022, which is the deadline, but also, finesse the crafting of our proposal subject to the Board of Commissioners approval, so that these concerns are addressed. These are the residents. These are the people here. These are the people that want to work here, that we need to work here and to stay here. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Orr. All right, we have a couple of hands up here. I just want to make sure that everybody's got the eyes on the prize here, and that what we have in front of us is an opportunity to make a recommendation to the County Commission to accept this as presented, these changes as presented, or amend these, but we don't have control over the operating ordinances. We could, of course, along with our recommendations around the law duck, we could make additional comments to be forwarded to them, but we don't have kind of jurisdiction over that part. So really the question is, do we say, yes, what staff has presented is what we want, or do we say only in these particular zones, not at all, or under 1, 2, 2A? I had a quick question since I have the floor, just of staff. Could you tell us again, I know you've told us this before, but the difference between a cost in 2 and 2A? And so the 2 is that there's public notice and people can, write and talk to staff, and 2A being there's a public hearing, correct? And then what is the, correct me if I'm wrong there, and then what is the cost difference?
Correct. So type 2 requires a public notice, but no public hearing. The application fee for that is $1,200. For a type 2A, which is a conditional use that requires a public hearing, a public notice, a published notice, and we post the property. And those cases by code, our law.code specifies that they go to the hearings officer. So we would have a hearings officer expense, and those application fees are $1,500.
Okay. So we have our county counsel, Joanna Lyons, here. She would like to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, board and commissioners. So one of the concerns that I've heard, and I think this is spoken by Commissioner Orr, was whether staff has addressed the concerns brought up by Dan Kearns. I will say wholeheartedly we have. And so the proposed document in front of you actually addresses whether, as Director Hendrickson had mentioned, in 2018, the zoning and whether short-term rentals would be allowed in other zones other than what had already been adopted. So the proposal in front of you would address that issue. The issue about takings, however, I do not see that we have any concerns about taking based on the proposal that's in front of you. However, if you as a planning commission and then the board of commissioners chose to, for example, prohibit short-term rentals, we may very well have a takings issue. So it's a continuum, and federal law, as Commissioner Orr had mentioned, has changed since the case that was cited by Dan Kearns, Attorney Dan Kearns, but really it's a continuum. And anything that has been considered at this point, I don't believe would violate takings law, but it has to have additional review. So if you as a board chose to recommend that there be heightened scrutiny, I do not think that that would violate takings law, because you are not extinguishing or so regulating something to prohibit. So I hope that answers your question, but I just wanted to clarify legal review. We have been working with staff and working with outside counsel to ensure that the proposal that we have in front of you is legal. Thank you.
I have a
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I'm going to move on, Commissioner Orr, to Commissioner Farrar because he's had his hand up.
Sorry.
I'll come back to you though.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Farrar.
Thank you. I'm ready to make a motion. But before I do, I'll just say that I was very impressed with and found very helpful all the information that Commissioner Orr discussed in his comments. And I have pretty much parallel concerns with what he brought up and what many of the members of the public that both wrote letters and spoke, the issues they brought up. To me, regardless of the short-term and maybe longer-term effects that this may have, I do not think that the present proposal for changes is the way to go at all. Clearly, to me, there's a reason for zoning. The properties in question here, 16 different zones, were zoned the way they were for a reason. And in most cases, not all, but most of the cases, it's rural residential kind of living. It's not business. Now, there are, I can't quickly count them, but there are 4 or 5 that are commercial. And I'm in favor of allowing short-term rentals in commercially zoned properties. And I'll get into the specifics of that after I finish my motion. There are also multifamily residential zonings, which in my mind, opens up the possibility that maybe short-term rentals would be appropriate in those areas. There's also Arch Cape, which has already in the conditions for approval an outright use of short-term rentals. So I see it as to remain allowable there. I do think because of all the problems that are, maybe they're only perceived, but I have an idea some of them are real, that people bring up about living next to short-term rentals. Because living in a different geographic area, I was subjected to that and have some understanding of it. I do think that in all cases where short-term rentals are to be allowed, that the process be moved to a type 2A, no type 1. So with those introductory comments in mind, I move the Planning Commission consider modifications to the revisions to Articles 4 and 5 of the Land and Water Development and Use Codes related to STRs as presented before recommending to the County Board of Commissioners accepting the changes for approval. So I am saying, yes, let's send an approved but modified version of the changes. That's my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Farrar. So basically, we're at number 2, that we have a motion to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the revisions, including recommended amendments from the Planning Commission, yet to be determined. Is that correct, Commissioner Farrar?
That is correct, unless it would be preferred that I give my modifications in a little more detail. Either way.
Let's go ahead and I'll accept a second and then we can discuss, and then maybe at that point we can do kind of sub motions for particular recommended amendments. Does that make sense? Do we have a second to that initial motion? Sounds like Commissioner Powers, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so Commissioner Powers seconds that motion. Discussion. Commissioner Orr, your hand's still up. Do you want to continue speaking on the motion?
Yes, I do. I hate to say it, but I feel like we're kind of early in the process for a discussion of the motions, but I also appreciate that it is the vehicle perhaps for moving the matters forward. So I guess my opinion or my vote on the motion, well, I certainly am of the same heart, I believe, of Commissioner Farrar on the matter. I'm just, concerned about the motion getting unwieldy as we add specific modifications, including which type should be included, and a discussion that needs to take place. I have some questions for County Council on the risk and the defensibility of the changes that would be made, and how they would possibly be subject to attack. I don't want that, but everything I've read so far says that city, municipal governments, and county governments are justified in taking steps that don't deprive of all value the property owner, that give them a reasonable opportunity for amortization of value or selling the property, that discuss, and I could go on in more detail, but my concern is that that's just one aspect of the modification. So if the chair or others think it's best to proceed by getting a motion on the table and giving us a better structured format for introducing and discussing these modifications, then I'll go along with it.
Okay, so we're not going to vote on this main motion now. We're just going to have a discussion. So You know, we haven't heard from Commissioners Johnson or Powers or Kraushar, so I just want to check in with them and see if you want to ask any questions or make any initial comments before we get into potential amendments to the proposal presented to us today. Yes, no? Not hearing.
Have anything to add at this time. I've been listening along, and there's been some really good points made, and I haven't come to a decision quite yet on what the best way to proceed with that is. I think that ultimately it's going to be a board decision on which direction they're going to want to go on this, and I think that staff has some well thought out reasoning for the changes that they've come up with here as well. So I'm just still debating with myself on which is the best way to proceed with this one. So I'm not ready to vote on anything yet, but I'm open to hear more discussion.
Thank you. Commissioners Power or Kraushar, do you want to share any thoughts or questions now at this moment? You don't have to, of course, but.
I'm with Commissioner Johnson. You know, I'm still debating on which direction I'm going to go, but there's some things that I've taken a whole bunch of notes through this meeting, probably 10 pages of notes here. So I'm kind of shuffling through. I do agree with the housing shortage in Clatsop County. Being a builder, you know, there's always clients out there looking for houses to rent or to build that live here, work here, and they're looking for affordable houses. I don't know that the short-term rentals are the only reason that they can't find housing, because I know cost of building is through the roof right now. So there's other issues there. So I can't completely agree with everybody that says short-term rentals are creating a housing shortage. Now, do they help? Yeah, or do they hinder the ability for people to find housing? I do agree with that, but I think that there's other reasons. I personally don't agree with the fact that short-term rentals are a commercial business. Now, the act of having the business and running the business is a commercial business, but we're still using the housing as residential. People are coming. They're not running businesses while they're renting these houses. So I'm kind of a little, you know, I have a different way of thinking than that, because there's still families coming down and living as if there was a family there. Yeah, they're using the beach, they're using the area, but they're not running commercial businesses while they're using the house. The Airbnb or the bed and breakfast, to me that seems like a business, a commercial business, because if I may be wrong, but I associate a bed and breakfast with maybe renting a place and then having someone that also maybe manages the property or the area being able to serve you breakfast and do things like that. To me, they're two different types of usage. It seems that most of the statements, and I've read, I think every one of them that Gail has sent out to us, the letters for and against, it seems like most of the people against, there seems to be the reasons could be addressed in the operating standards, to me, which I know we're not discussing today. I agree that the operating standards need to be fixed or reviewed or revamped or whatever you want to call it, to whether it's, you know, the percentage of properties or the yearly fee or the taxes assessed, all that stuff. I agree that there needs to be a revamp of that, but that's not what we're addressing today. The other one of the other issues that I had was, you know, if we're talking about homes that are going to affect sewer systems, water systems, etc. So if we outlaw the fact that they can use them as rentals, now, however many people can use the homes, that's something that needs to be addressed in the operating procedures or the operating standards. But if you take all these homes that were we're going to forbid them from using as a rental, and then you move a family in there that's going to rent this house full time, they're still going to get the same usage. There's 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. They're going to have, a family there or whatnot. So there's going to be a taxation on the water. They're going to use the water if they're living there full time, and there's going to be a taxation on the septic systems. Now, septic systems, as a builder and a certified septic installer, I know that there's other things in place to keep those up and running. With our maintenance agreements that the county's enacted for septic systems, whether it's going to be used full-time or not, you still have a certain set of standards to live by on those septic systems. So those are the things that I'm having questions in my mind about, and I'm open to discussion as well. But those are some of the things that I've thought of as some of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Powers.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts here. Again, being new on the block. I live in Surf Pines, and so I was really surprised there was no input from the Surf Pines community on this issue. Several years ago, it was an exceedingly hot button, and it was primarily centered around compliance. So I know we're strictly doing zoning today. I understand that. The issue seemed to be compliance in Surf Pines. So I'll just let that go as it goes to the ordinance of the regulation. As far as short-term rentals, my view is the swinging door. People coming in and out, be it a 1-day rental, 3-day rental, a 7-day rental, and not a full-time rental, as in a Coast Guard family moves in and they rent for a year or 2 years. So I tend to have concerns on the coastal area and that swinging door where people coming down and they want to have a really, really good time and maybe not show respect to their neighbors. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of how I'm citing.
Thank you, Commissioner Powers. I have so much to say. I don't know how to organize my thoughts, but so I always go back to the 2019 Clatsop County Housing Strategies Report, which listed a whole bunch of reasons why affordable housing is less available in our community. And one of them being, and I quote, short-term rentals have exacerbated the housing shortage and availability, as well as increased prices. A huge percentage of new builds in our county is for vacation homes, and many of those are used for short-term rentals as well. And so by letting this go unchecked, we're making it worse instead of making it better. And it feels at odds to me to be loosening restrictions on one thing and allowing unfettered development of another that clearly is resulting in evictions of long-term renters over time, and is clearly in some areas, not all areas, increasing prices of homes that families could buy. I live in a place that's full of vacation homes and short-term rentals, luckily not adjacent to me. And I've seen my house, double in value over time. I could never afford the house that I'm in, which is kind of a crappy little house today. Because of that. So when families from my school, for example, moved during COVID, they were trying to find places to live and couldn't find places to live. And so, that's a big problem. And so I think, I have a lot of respect for everybody that had participated in this process over the last couple of years, which started, from Cove Beach and sort of radiated out. And I respect that the county has recognized that they made an error in not integrating it as short-term rentals as an allowable use. If that was their intent back in the day, I think there's some question whether it was. But I see this as an opportunity actually to rectify a wrong, and also look forward to trying to work with some of the housing that we have now. And so I see our options as, to just, and I will say about the takings thing, I'm not an attorney, but I live with one, and I've had a lot of conversations about takings over the years. I think the county and cities are always really freaked out about it. If it's not in the land use code, it's not a takings, it's not a Measure 49 claim. So right now it's not in the land use ordinances. If we put it in, it could be later. Also, I think Measure 49 is about taking of all value, and a short-term permit is certainly not all value of a property, especially in a valuable place. So I wouldn't be so concerned about that, but I might be more concerned if we choose to do this today. So I think that the public input on these short-term rentals is really important. And so I'd like to hear from staff on, I don't feel like it's acceptable to just give neighbors notice that a permit has been given out. Is there a way on the operating side that you could get public input prior to giving a permit and have that be addressed on that side? Or is the only way we could have public notice and input be on the land use side?
If you're going to change the approval process, then you have to do that through the zoning code, because that's where the approval process is established. So if you want to require a public notice to go out to property owners within 250 feet prior to any consideration of an application, then that would need to be addressed in the zoning code, and you would have to put it as a type 2 use at a minimum.
And would that have to happen every 2 years as the permit renews, or just one time?
Be every time the permit renews. And just for clarification, I want to clarify something that Chair Gardner brought up, which is Measure 49. Measure 49 is not related to this issue. It was Measure 49 came out of Measure 37, which was a measure that was adopted because of the implementation of the statewide planning codes, or statewide planning goals in beginning in 1973 and moving forward into the 1980s. And so people who previously had the right to do something with their property, and because of the changes to the statewide planning system, were no longer able to do that same use, or it's really related to density more than use, density that was previously permitted. Then there was another measure called Measure 49 that processed those claims and moved them forward in a different way. So Measure 49 and Measure 37 have absolutely nothing to do with the issue of short-term rentals and taking. So I just want to be very clear that we're not confusing those issues, because they are very separate and very different and not related to each other at all. I mean, there's a potential for a takings issue, but it's not a Measure 49 takings issue. So I just wanted to be very clear about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Orr, you have your hand up.
Yes, I was just looking for it in Daniel Kern's letters, where he referred to I think it was Cope versus Cannon Beach in 1993 decision. And there's one thing that I'm not sure about, so I would direct this to County Council. And that was on whether the decision that was made in that case was not considered a land use decision, but rather legitimate business regulation. And that seems to, if I have that right, that seems to be a really important way to assuage the concerns of takings liability for the county taking action on the short-term rental. And it seems like what we are attempting to do here is to regulate the business. And so in a moment, I would solicit comment on that. I mean, there's land use decisions and there's business regulation decisions. But the other point, which is relevant, and it is my response to I think it was Commissioner Carrie Johnson's, that he's not sure or he doesn't think that short-term rentals are commercial. And I see it this way, it's just me, but they are for profit. They have that in common with hotels and bed and breakfasts. I think there's a demonstrated need for regulation because of, problems. Some areas of the county don't have good septic. There are garbage cans that get overfull and spill garbage and refuse into the streets. I've heard about that in Gearhart. It sounds like the residents of the South County have complained about that. And therefore, it seems more like a bed and breakfast or a hotel with people coming and going than a residential situation. The fact that there may be some of these people, they may be families, but or the families that are coming and going, that's just an imperfect world. It's the nature of regulation to kind of grapple with those situations. But you say there's 3 bedrooms, and that if we just let people do what they want with their friends and so forth. But I've seen these cars. There'll be like 6 cars there. There'll be a lot of people. They'll be loading up, and they split the cost of it. And that just seems more like a business. And we have to look at as a business, in my opinion, because if we don't, then we leave unattended the concerns and the consequences of people abusing at the privileges or the honor system at the margins. And there needs to be concern. Those people have shown up and they've spoken about that. And what they're describing is something that needs more regulation. And that makes it, again, sound like a commercial operation. And it's for profit. And if people are going through the swinging door, okay. So those
Thank you, Commissioner Orr.
Yeah, and I would like to hear.
Thank you very much. We gotta keep this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from county council on that.
Okay, all right, we can do that. But I wanted to note for the group that it's 12:23, and we had said that we were going to take a half-hour lunch break today to not collapse. And so I'm going to shoot for around 12:30 if I can get a motion for that. So let's just, maybe we hear from county council, and then I'd like just a motion to adjourn for a recess for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back. And I think at that point we should talk. I'm starting with Chris or Commissioner Farrar about potential amendments, proposed amendments. So Counselor, would you like to respond to Commissioner Orr's comments?
Sure, thank you. So Commissioner Orr, I do agree with you. It is more akin to business. And in fact, the county has treated it more like a business. If you look at everywhere other than Arch Cape, we've actually have it in our code of regulations, which we again address other business type of issues. So I think that is a good distinction to have. Now, of course, it's in a residential area, so it's tricky, but I agree with you that it is a business use of the property, at least when it's being used as a short-term rental. And that is why one of the reasons that as staff, we have recommended that all of those licensing and operational standards are moved into the code of regulations. So hopefully that answers your question.
Have you looked at the Tillamook County Ordinance 69? That's, I believe, their short-term or rental ordinance. It was, I think it was referenced, well, it was referenced in a law review article.
So are you speaking about the one that was adopted by voter initiative?
The details of that I'm not aware of. It was just, I think that they tackled it. It seemed to be effective, but I don't know. I haven't read it. I intend to do so. Maybe I'll take a look at it over the lunch hour. I was just curious whether you'd seen it.
I have not, so thank you.
I have another question for staff quickly. Director Henderson, the cities, do they have it? I mean, are in their process, so Cannon Beach, Manzanita, others that it's a type 1 or type 2 approval for short-term rentals. How do they address the public notice and input part of that? Sorry.
I'd have to pull that information up. I don't have it memorized, but it'll take me a moment to find it. I wasn't prepared
That's
for
okay.
that question. I apologize.
Yeah, I just thought that might have come up already in your
It did,
exploration.
but unfortunately I don't remember it off the top of my head, so I need to go back and find the information, and I can pull that up if you can just give me a moment, please.
Okay. We could also do it after lunch if that's easier.
Whatever the Planning Commission would like to do.
Commissioner Farrar, do you have a motion for me for recess?
No,
I do.
I don't.
I'll move for a half-hour lunch break.
All right, Commissioner Johnson moves to recess for
second.
lunch for 30 minutes. Who seconds?
I second.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kraushar. We have first a motion and a second to recess for 30 minutes till 1 o'clock. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you just before 1 o'clock. Thanks.
Nadia,
Seconds. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Clatsop County Commission regular meeting for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. We're just back from a 30-minute recess, and we're on public hearing number 4, review of amendments to Article 4 and 5 in the Land and Water Development Use Code regarding short-term rental units. When we left, we had completed the public testimony and we're having some initial discussion on a motion laid out on the bottom of page 27 to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the revisions with some amendments yet to be determined. I had asked a question around the importance of neighbor input to the issuance of a permit, and I think that Director Henriksen has brought up some information about what other municipalities do to allow for public input on permits.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as part of our town hall meetings that we conducted between September and January of this year, we did look at the neighborhood notification requirements, and you'll see that currently Clatsop County has, outside of Arch Cape, the neighborhood notification requirement is 300 feet. In the Arch Cape zone, we only require a 100-foot notice be sent. We looked at Cannon Beach, Gearhart, Lincoln County, Manzanita, and Seaside. Some of the jurisdictions such as Cannon Beach and Manzanita did not have a requirement in their ordinances. On the other, Seaside, Lincoln County and Gearhart, the notification distance varied from 100 feet to 250 feet. And so right now we had not proposed any changes to that part of our operating standards since our notification requirements exceeded any of those other surrounding jurisdictions.
So those are all notifications after the permit is issued. So do in your knowledge right now, no need to look it up, but do any of those have prior to issuance public input opportunities, like maybe through a type 2 procedure or anything else?
The only jurisdiction that I recall off the top of my head that had any sort of public hearing for a short-term rental was the city of Seaside, and it's only for particular neighborhoods when certain criteria are met, and they're the only ones that required a public hearing. So typically, no other jurisdiction required notification prior to issuing the permit.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back to Commissioner Farrar to see, I think he had some ideas about these proposed amendments. So why don't we start off with some initial thoughts, an overview, or one of them?
Okay, I'd like to just talk about what I see as kind of the groups of different zones here and how to treat them. And so Arch Cape Rural Community Residential stands out as a one of a kind since it has in its permit conditions, it's automatically allowable under type 1. So for that one particular zone, I would recommend accepting all the changes except that you make the process a type 2A. And then for the zones where I would like to just not include short-term rentals as a possibility. There's no type 1, there's no type 2, there's no process for having a short-term rental on the zones that include Miles Crossing, Jeffers Garden, and Westport rural community residential zones. The Napa Swenson rural community residential zones. The rural service area residential zone. The coastal beach residential zone. The coastal residential zone. The single family residential zone. And all the RA 1, 2, 5, 10 rural ag zones. That STRs just strike that line item was proposed to be added to our land use and our land and water development and use codes. So then for the others, which include all the commercial types, such as rural community commercial, the NC, GC, and TC commercial zones, the multifamily residential zones, RC, MFR, and the rural service area, MFR zones. In all those zones, you allow the short-term rentals, but with a type 2A process. That's how I think it should be done, because I believe that the rural residential zones, regardless of the variance of names for them in different geographical places, were originally zoned with single family residents in mind and sparse development, unlike an urban area or a commercial zone, and no commercial activity except for those people living there or people passing through. And I do not include people coming to spend a week at a beach house to be just passing through. They're coming there for a reason, and it's not providing a service to transient people moving up the highway that just stop into the community for an hour or two. So my proposal is as I've given it. I know this is kind of a little bit random in my presentation, but I think you understand which zones I feel are appropriate for short-term residential developments and those that aren't. And certainly anything that was coded commercial with that word in the zone code, that should be a permissible use. But I do think still, because there's so much concern over how these things are operated and the influence they may have on a neighborhood, I do believe they should be moved to type 2A, and maybe at some later date, after enough time, the county will see that it's not really necessary to go through that more difficult process, and it can be moved to a type 1, but initially I would want it type 2A. That's my proposal.
So I'm going to take that as a motion, like kind of a sub motion to the original motion, that Commissioner Farrar has moved to amend the Arch Cape zoning to be a 2A conditional use permit versus a 1, and as well as in the commercial and RSA zones. And in the remaining primarily residential zones and RSAs, not include them as a allowable use. Is that pretty right, Commissioner Farrar?
Yes, let me just make sure that you understand. I'm willing to concede that maybe in the multifamily residential rural communities, it's appropriate. And so I was going to allow for that, and that expands the geographical area that these kinds of activities could potentially be carried out in. And I don't think it would be as detrimental as it is in what is expected to be more of a single family residential, wide open space kind of development. So there's, in my accounting, I have 6 zones that fall into the category where I'm willing to say those should be an allowable use, but under a type 2A. And those are any with the commercial ending on it, and then the 2 that are the multifamily residential zones. And then the Arch Cape, you got right, that's a separate entity. The others, I am not in favor of allowing short-term rentals in. I don't think that was the intended zoning. And if it's determined that more short-term rentals are needed, then I think we should look at what places would be best to change the zoning and make that allowable by converting them to some commercial zone category.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second to that motion? And then we'll go to discussion.
I have a question in regarding the motion, so
Okay.
I can understand what's being proposed, and that is that that the type 2A procedure would apply to all the commercial zones and the ones specifically recited by Commissioner Farr, and the type 2A condition for STRs would also apply to the Arch Cape zoning area, but no other areas enumerated as residential and as specifically recited by Commissioner Farr would allow short-term rentals. Have I got it right?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Yes, I believe you have it right.
I'll second it. I will second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second from Commissioner Orr. Discussion.
Yes, this is
yes.
So Commissioner Farr, what I'm wondering, why would the Cove Beach area be an exception to as residential? To me, that seems not that much different than what the other zone that you are omitting from this proposal.
The reason I broke that one out as a separate case is because it has already been a allowable use for some period of time. Now,
Just hold on, Commissioner Farr, just to be clear. So Cove Beach is not zoned AC, right? So Cove Beach is actually zoned coastal residential CR. And so most of the people here are not Arch Cape people, they're Cove Beach people. So they're CR zoning. And so that's in one of the group that he would not allow, right? Isn't that right, Commissioner Farrar? So Arch Cape, where I live, already has like in our zoning ordinances, it's already allowed. And also we have commercial and we have sanitary, unlike Cove Beach.
Yes, I'm just referring to Arch Cape, and I'm doing that because of the reasons you just stated. It would not extend to other zones that aren't with that same zoning code. This is specific to Arch Cape RCR zone.
Is anybody out there?
Yes.
Sorry, I was muted. Actually,
That's okay.
let me do Commissioner Powers.
I'm technically
first.
challenged all the time. So a question, I like the proposal. Got questions on downstream impact. That is, if we went down this road of making this recommendation and it did get passed and recommended to the board, what happens to the existing STRs in those zones? Is there some sort of off ramp that we have to come up with? Just a question.
That's a staff question, I think. So if this was, we're making a recommendation to County Commission, if County Commission accepted our recommendation, what would be the process for retiring the permits in those areas?
The process to retire the permits would be, we would take these under our code to the hearings officer. The hearings officer would need to determine that the criteria to operate a short-term rental in that particular zone was not met, and they would have to deny the application, and then the property owner would have the opportunity to appeal that decision to the Board of Commissioners. And then if the Board of Commissioners upheld the hearings officer and said that the short-term rental did not meet the criteria to operate, then the property owner could appeal that decision to the State Land Use Board of Appeals. From there, the appeal process would move into the court system.
And that's for the grandfathered ones I'm referring to.
Well, nothing would be grandfathered because when their permits begin to expire in 2023, they would need to reapply. And so
Thank you.
Instead of going through an over-the-counter permit process in Arch Cape, as they've done since 2003, they would now be required to go to a full public hearing. And then that appeal process would start all the way up to the state Supreme Court.
Good, thank you.
Well, that's a different, I think we got a little confused in that. So there's, there's the areas like Arch Cape where it would just be when the next permit happened, it would have to go through a type 2 process, right? And then there's like, for example, the ones in coastal residential, which is Cove Beach, those ones, then they wouldn't be an allowable use for their next renewal. Is that right, Director Henriksen? And so then they would apply and then be denied.
Yeah, we would have to deny them because they would not be listed as a permitted use or a conditional use in that zoning district. And then at that point, you would have a different type of litigation, which would involve taking issues potentially.
If they chose to pursue that.
Yes, they would have to submit an application.
Right. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Orr, you were waiting. You're on mute, sorry.
You can see me, my lips moving. Okay. I just want to make sure that what has been proposed here, that if it passes, addresses sufficiently the concerns of the residents of Arch Cape, and that the procedure, the type 2A procedure will address those concerns. Put otherwise, is it worth considering that the Arch Cape area, is it worth considering, and would it be permissible for the Arch Cape area to just be in the same categories of those in the CR district, which is to say no short-term rentals? And is there, I mean, in the full analysis, the blowback, complications, equities, fairness, is there any support for that idea from anybody?
Well,
I have to say this is kind of it's a little messed up process, because the way that it started was with complaints in the coastal residential zone in Cove Beach, not in Arch Cape in this case, though there has certainly been that in the past, just like in Surf Pines, as Commissioner Powers has said, it flares up kind of here and there. And so the vast majority of the people who have been participating in these processes, though there have been a few exceptions, have been from Cove Beach. And we haven't heard that much from people from other areas. And largely because of the way that it started, the way that the notice and, the emails and that stuff, like that people, like it's just drawn in that particular group. But I do feel pretty uncomfortable with the fact that we're making huge changes to all over the county, and a lot of people don't know. And it does make me, I think, considering this public, our mandate for public involvement, it does make me pretty uncomfortable. Commissioner Johnson.
So, my thought is that this is going to have a pretty profound effect on our pre-existing vacation rentals all across the county, and that I don't know if this is really what we're after. I agree that vacation or short-term rentals need regulation, but to put the existing ones through this process, and it could potentially put us in a legal bind as well. So I would be inclined to not support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Let's see. So Commissioner Kwang.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Commissioner Johnson. This is a huge decision to, yeah, like you said, it started out with the complaint about, I guess, apparently noises and some pollution, but it now becomes an issue with housing. It's being wrapped up into this. And yeah, we have not, like you said, we have not heard from enough people to really consider this decision, such a huge decision on this. Yeah, I think I would also willing to vote down on this.
Director Henriksen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a little data for the Planning Commission to consider. So I brought up a table that has the zoning of the different short-term rentals. So the 73 of them, there's approximately 186 as of September of last year. 73 of them are in the Arch Cape zone. So the proposed motion would take them from a type 1, which they've been since 2003, and bump them all up to a public hearing. And then you would eliminate after that all but 4 other remaining short-term rentals in the county. So you would go from 186 to 77 that could be permitted in the county. So you would effectively be cutting it in more than half and eliminating short-term rentals in areas where we've not had complaints or concerns raised about the short-term rentals. So I just wanted to make sure that you had that information for your consideration.
Is it possible to, I mean, is there any way to make it like the first time you apply to A and then after that, I mean, not grandfathered in, but like, a renewal be a type 1 after you've done the first? Director Henriksen, sorry. You're on mute.
Sorry, I wanted to think before I took myself off mute.
Yeah, no problem.
So typically when someone comes in for a conditional use permit and it's a type 2A, you get your approval, and then you would typically move forward as long as your business was continuously in operation. If you abandon the use for more than a year, then you would need to start the process over. In this particular instance, it's slightly different because there's a separate permitting requirement, and I would really want to think through that. But in my mind, if your approval is only good for a limited period, whether that's 2 years or 5 years, at the end of that, it would typically you would have to come in and reapply for an approval. So because we license them and issue a license for a very specific period of time, as opposed to a home occupation where you get your approval and that's it, there's no business licensing associated with it. It's a hybrid of the two processes. So I think that every time they come through, they would have to come through and regain their approval.
Okay, we have hands up from Commissioner Kwang and then Commissioner Orr.
Well, I have a point about the potential for litigation raised as a concern by Commissioner Johnson. I've read nothing that suggests that it is not within the authority of Clatsop County to regulate STRs. I see plenty of evidence justifying that. There's going to be remaining value to whatever these places are. There are plenty of kinds of police power considerations. Police power is a term used in constitutional law to explain how the state can act and how it can act and regulate various activities, particularly in the planning area. So I really don't see it, particularly in the way that this is being addressed, that it goes too far, to quote Oliver Wendell Holmes in a famous decision in this sort of realm. I think if it is carefully drawn, if it is reasonable and in its scope, and it reserves value, there is a very, very, very important consideration here. That is the quality of life in the neighborhoods and the need for housing and the expectations of neighbors, the majority of the people who are not wanting to rent on a short-term basis to pay the mortgage or to have the amenity, if they live in Portland or other areas. I think it's very unlikely that there would be successful litigation. That being said, and hearkening back to my previous point about, reasonably or carefully drawn to address the equities of the parties, the idea that perhaps this motion should be modified so that we initially target the areas where there has been the most complaints, the most concerns, and the most expressions of concern. If that is done, I have to say I have reservations in a similar manner that there are people that are not being heard, both from the standpoint of those who are short-term renters, but we are also perhaps not hearing fully from the people that are at work today, who are in neighborhoods where they have seen people coming in with their six cars and a 3-bedroom unit, and with their garbage cans and lids flipping about, and the noise and the drinking at midnight and the howling at the moon and so forth. We're not hearing from perhaps both sides of them. So to address the point of it being carefully drawn, perhaps we should entertain an idea. I'm not ready to put it in the motion yet because this is an important matter and deserves careful deliberation. We should put it perhaps in the context of an amendment to perhaps less paint with a narrower brush the number of communities where it's just not allowed. That goes against my gut instincts, but if that would address the concerns of Commissioner Kwang and Commissioner Johnson so that they would approve relief and at least for the period of regulation, that 3 or 5 years or whatever it is, to get a handle on this, to make sure that the county is doing its part to work with an existing housing base for worker housing, then I could support that, if that's clear. In other words, rewrite it, or rewrite the amendment to the motion so that it doesn't affect so many people where apparently there aren't problems, but we nevertheless, where there are problems, do bring in that type 2A to regulate it, to make sure we're doing the right thing here.
So make coastal residential CR, which is where Cove Beach is, type 2A, allow them, but make it a type 2A. Is that your suggestion?
No. I mean, I don't know that as when you say it like that, I'm thinking, well, there haven't been any problems because they're not supposed to be doing it there. So by opening up the door, maybe we will open the door to problems, when that goes against my expressed intention and desire to use this partly to allay the concerns of neighborhoods where there's abuse of short-term rentals, or there are people that are not reporting the abuse, and that would also, in conjunction with my concerns about using the existing properties to advance workforce housing. So I'm kind of thinking out loud, and I apologize for that, but the idea of taking it from where it's not permitted, that should, where it's currently not permitted, that it should stay that way. So if somebody can make sense of how to modify this to work with the existing prohibitions and yet allay concerns and equities for short-term rentals elsewhere where there's no complaints, I could support that, and I hope that Commissioners Kwang and Johnson would as well.
Yes, Commissioner Kraushar.
In my opinion, I'm not in favor of, because of the few complaints we've had, completely outlawing it everywhere. Now, to me, there should be accountability, there should be regulations, and then instead of completely saying no, they're not allowed in these certain areas, I would be more in favor of a percentage that would allow for a little bit on either side to be happy with what's going on. Now, what that percentage is not what I'm willing to discuss right now, because that would be a whole different conversation. But I know that in Seaside, I believe, there's certain percentage per square block, and then if it's over that, they go to the surrounding blocks. That is to allow for not everybody to rent their homes. That's not saying no, you can't, and that's not saying anybody can do whatever they want. That's saying that's a little bit on either side getting their way and being able to try and accommodate everybody. Now, if you sell your home, you start the process over. If there's a waiting list, then there's a waiting list. You go to the person who buys the home, goes on the bottom of that list and works their way up. I mean, that's just kind of what I'm trying to think through. I'm not about this motion to totally delete it in some of these zones, except for commercial zones. I would be more along the lines of more regulation, and as far as the parking and all that stuff, that's under regulation. That's under the operating standards. We have hundreds of thousands of laws that are in the United States, and not everybody follows them just because they're a law. But that's where we have to hold people accountable. And if there is a complaint, then there has to be the complaint process. And if that needs to be readdressed, then we need to readdress that as far as fines and suspensions and stuff like that. But that's a whole different matter, whether or not we're going to allow them or not to allow them. I think that the accountability should be there, not just a blank slate no.
Thank you, Commissioner Kraushar. I really appreciate that kind of more compromised position. So that's one thing that I've been trying to think through is, if we did allow, and honestly, I think it's for the first time, even though there's been permits given out, we've never had, according to the attorneys, we've never really given them out legally. So if we're finally bringing the two things together, the operations and the land use, to allow it for the first time in these areas, can it be under some conditions? And I do applaud staff for all the work that they've been doing on it. I haven't, gone through with a fine tooth comb their current drafts, but there's definitely a lot of improvements that have been made over over this process. But the one thing there's not is a limit. And I mean, personally, I would not approve, expansion or allowance in land use unless I knew that the county was committed to not making it be where particular zones were completely taken over by short-term rentals. And if you look in the materials that we were given, Seaside only has less than, believe it or not, less than 9% of their city has short-term rentals. And part of that is because there's no short-term rentals allowed, is my understanding, is east of Highway 101. And so that's why all the locals, plus it's out of the tsunami zone. If you live up high in Seaside, that's a safe place. And then Cannon Beach, it's 11%. Manzanita, it's a little higher, it's 20%. And in Gearhart, it's only 6%. And I know even Warrenton now has limits, which is a big deal. With Cove Beach being 30% and Arch Cape being 21%, I do think those are too high. And I would say, like, if we were going to forward this, what would be an expansion of allowable uses according to the land use, I would suggest that we also forward a recommendation to County Commission that as part of the operating, that a cap in each zone be established. And I would, off the top of my head, 10 to 15% to me feels significant enough. And of course, they can take it as they will, but I feel like a recommendation like that might be useful. Director Henriksen.
Yes, just a couple of items. Going back to the Arch Cape Cove Beach percentages, those are not percentages of the neighborhood. Those are percentages of all the short-term rental permits that have been issued throughout the entire unincorporated area of the county. So I don't want any confusion that 21% of the homes in Arch Cape are short-term rentals or whatever. Those numbers were based on the total number of permits issued throughout the county. And then just to follow up on Commissioner Orr's proposal that we only allow it in the zoning code where it's currently allowed now, that would only be Arch Cape. And that would be the only place under his proposal as I've understood it. So I just wanted to clarify and ask for if that was what he was intending.
Commissioner Johnson.
Chair Gardner, were you proposing that we would forward on the recommendations of staff with the addition of some percentage of limitation on the STRs? Is that what you would be suggesting?
I was suggesting that is an opportunity for us. I don't know, like, if I'm an advocate for it, but I'm just saying, like, I think the coastal residential people will not be happy with that, but that is more of a compromise position, is to join the land use and the operational and allow it, but only under the condition that there be a limit and the limit be less than what is today.
I support that. I just don't know what that limit looks like as far as a percentage. So I guess that would be the next discussion if we were going to head down that path. If we voted on this motion and the motion failed, and then we would continue down another path. But I would be more inclined to support something like that.
I appreciate that. Are we ready to do that? I feel like we've been talking about this for a while, and it's 1:37, unfortunately. And I see that Commissioner Orr has his hand up, so I'm going to give him that opportunity, but I feel like we should get to a vote on this amendment and then we can move on, or move, yes, whether that be to the next motion or what. But Commissioner Orr.
Yes, I just think that in theory, it's a good idea to, in support of a compromise resolution to advance the Board of Commissioners, to come up with limits if we are in fact going to open the door even a little bit. But I don't know what that percentage
or cap is. I did read something, and I think this is maybe a helpful direction to go. I don't know if we can resolve it today, but there are ratios. I've read and heard that there are ratios relative to the community, relative to the neighborhood, or the zone. There are ratios, and they're not very high ratios. You could call them percentages, but whatever they are very small. And maybe maybe Gail has that information of what those are, but I think that would be an important thing to consider and establish factually of what is a reasonable norm if we are going to open the door, because at the beginning of this hearing, this was not the direction I conceived of going, because it just seemed like a problem that required making every effort to work with the existing base of housing to house our workers. But if we open up the CR to 5%, our numbers are so slim as to availability, and it's driving the cost of housing in this county. It really rubs me the wrong way. So I'm not sure I can support the unrestricted or ambiguously stated limits on CR zoning that will now, if approved by this body and the Board of Commissioners, will now increase the number of short-term rentals. I just have a real problem with that.
Okay, well, I think we should go ahead and vote on the original motion. And I'll just, so I'm sorry, not the original motion, the amended motion. And we could talk, after that, we could talk about, well, let's just go ahead and do that. So the secondary motion made by Commissioner Farrar and seconded by Commissioner Orr was to accept the staff recommendation of inclusion of short-term rentals as allowable use under 2A procedure in Archcape, commercial, RSA, and MFR zoning, and not include it in the remaining zoning. Correct, Commissioner Farrar?
That is correct.
Okay. So that was, the motion was made and seconded. So let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on that. Director Hendrickson, would you or Ms. Adams run that for me?
I can do it. Jason Kraushar.
Nay.
Chris Farrar.
Aye.
John Orr.
Aye.
Lum Kwang.
No.
Carrie Johnson.
No.
Clark Powers. You're muted, Mr. Powers.
Aye.
And Nadia Gardner.
Aye. So the motion passes 4-3. Thank you for your vote. Do we have any additional motions in terms of amendments, or is that covered what we want to propose as recommendations to the county commission? Going back to my page 27 here. We're recommending, so the original motion is that we recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the revisions, including the recommended amendments just covered by that motion. But if there are any additional amendments, this is the time to do that. Otherwise, we'll go back to the main motion. Yes, Commissioner Farrar.
This is a question, I guess, for Director Henrickson or County Council. Can we recommend to the board that consideration be given to expanding commercial zones in some of the now RA and other residential rural kind of designations so that if people want to do this kind of thing and there's really a need for it, it still is possible to have short-term rentals. But the reason I made the proposal I did is that things are zoned the way they are for a reason. And if they're not zoned commercial, then these kinds of activities are inappropriate for them. So I just wondered, can we request that we be given the authority to pursue at a later time, not too distant from now, to look at land use around the county and take testimony from the public on where places might be that would be really logical to allow short-term rental. Just as we have a need for a certain amount of hotels or motels, things like that, to accommodate tourists. If there are needs for that, I want those met. So can somebody speak to that?
So as I understood your question, Commissioner Farrar, you can certainly make any recommendations to the board that you would like to forward to them for their consideration. In terms of expanding commercial zoning districts, it's not just a simple matter of holding a public open house and say, do you want to have more commercial in your neighborhood? There's under goal 9, there's an economic opportunities analysis that would need to be completed. And then we would also, which would identify where and what types of uses we need. And so that would be part of a much larger consideration. We would also need to amend our commercial zoning codes because right now new residential homes are not permitted in our commercial zones unless they're part of a business. So if I'm opening a retail business and I want to have like a manager's apartment at the back of my business, then I could do that. But to just build a single family home in a commercial zone, you cannot do that. So the only way that a short-term rental in a commercial zone can be approved now is if there is already an existing home that's in use. But no new homes can be built to become a short-term rental. So it's not an easy process. It would take several years, I would think, because you'd have to go through this analysis process and you would want to have a lot of public input because we've heard concerns obviously today about expanding commercial uses into residential areas. And that would be where you would have to expand your commercial uses would be into residential areas, or you would need to take a goal exception to remove farm and forest land and change their designations.
So I think we should go back to, if it's okay to go back to our main motion, if we can move on from this. But what I would suggest is that we make our recommendation with our vote, which is not unanimous or consensus based, despite our interest in that. And we could also make other recommendations as part of a separate motion. So like, because right now what we're trying to do is finish this recommendation around these land use proposals. But a lot of the other stuff we're talking about, like if you're talking about limits and things like that, that's about the operations side of things. So even though it's not in our preview, we can still send our comments, as community members forward in a more formal way after listening to the concerns of the public today and in the past. So that's what I'm thinking. Does that sound right to people? Or Commissioner Farrar, did you want to actually do another amendment?
No, I go ahead with the process you just outlined.
Okay, so we've approved the sub motion, and we're going back to the main motion, which is that we recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the revisions, including the Planning Commission recommended amendments passed earlier today. So we'll just do a second vote now in support of that, and then we can have some final discussion and hopefully quickly wrap this up so we can move on to our next public hearing. Let's see. So it's been moved and seconded by, I want to say Commissioner Farrar and or Was it or Kwang?
Commissioner Powers on the original motion.
Oh, Powers. Yes, thank you. Thank you on that. So let's go ahead and vote, and let's just go ahead and do a roll call vote again. Ms. Adams, could you call that for us, please?
Yes,
Can
Jason.
we clarify the motion?
Yes. So sorry, it's just confirming really the last vote. And I wasn't sure whether we were going to have multiple amendments, but the last vote was around the amendment to what the staff had presented to us. And so by a 4-3 vote, we had voted to support the allowance of short-term rentals in type 2, using type 2 in Arch Cape and commercial RSA and MFR zonings, and not allow them in the remaining. So we voted on that, and now now we just go back to our main motion, which confirms that amendment, if that makes sense. Sorry, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Ms. Adams, go ahead.
Jason Kraushar.
No.
Chris Farrar.
Aye.
John Orr.
Aye.
Lum Kwang.
Aye.
Carrie Johnson.
No.
Clark Powers.
Aye.
Nadia Gardner.
Aye. So by a 5-2 vote, the motion passes. Are there any other recommendations that you'd like to pass on to the commissioners outside of that? We could do this by consensus if you wanted, or someone could make a motion. I might suggest, here's my suggestion, is that we say that recommend that if that the county commission adopt rules in the operating ordinances that would limit the number of short-term rentals in the zones in which they're allowed, and we could leave it broad, not give a number.
I would make a motion that we support the staff recommendation, but also in addition to that, put a limit the percentage in each particular zone to be determined. I don't know what percentage that would be. Leave that to them.
I would second that motion.
So I might need a little help with this. So
Yeah.
We've already kind of voted on the recommendation around the land use ordinances, and through that vote determined that our recommendation around would be as stated. So you're proposing a different one, and then also combining it with the percentage. And I'm not sure if it's worth re-voting on that first half of it, Commissioner Johnson, because we kind of know how that's going to come out already. And we passed the initial. Am I missing something, Counselor?
So I see this as there should really be 3 different motions. The first one I think you dealt with, which is the permitted uses within the different zones. The second issue is whether you choose to recommend to the board to repeal sections 5.4900 to 5.4970, which contain the Arch Cape short-term rental operating standards, and whether you wish to revise section 4.0620 subsection 12 to indicate that the operating standards are located in the Clatsop County Code. So I think there are still 2 issues remaining.
Thank you for bringing me back to that. So the part that we had dealt with already, all right, so we should have actually done that before we move back to the original. This is what happens as it gets to be the end of the day. So the only part that we had dealt with so far was where they should be allowed, but we had not included an amendment, or either supporting the staff or an amendment regarding the Arch Cape section. I'm sorry, Counselor, it was the Arch Cape, or Director Hendrickson. It was taking the
The operating standards for Arch Cape, repealing them out of the zoning code so that we can adopt them into the Clatsop County Code with the remaining operating standards for short-term rentals.
Okay, that was the one. And then what was the second one though?
And then there is a code citation in the Arch Cape zone that references the Arch Cape operating standards. And if they're repealed out of the zoning code and moved to the Clatsop County Code, we need to amend that citation accordingly.
Okay, so this is different than what I was talking with Commissioner Johnson about, but yes, Commissioner Farrar.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Farrar.
I'm going to have difficulty with this one, but I move.
Chair, we had a motion and a second on the table.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. So I just got a
And
lot.
I understand that motion may not pass.
Yeah,
May
I just wanna-
pass through as a minority recommendation.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion on the table from Commissioner Johnson and seconded by Commissioner Kraushar. Thank you. For number one, recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the revisions as submitted by staff. But also consider, let's see, could you repeat that second half there? Because it's been a few minutes now.
I would just say limit the number of them by a percentage, which to be determined.
Okay. To recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the revisions as submitted by staff and also limit the number by percentage to be determined through some process. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And so Commissioner Orr.
So the first part of Commissioner Johnson's motion, am I to understand that as endorsing the original proposal that was put forth in the materials that we just voted against, kind of?
Yes, but with the addition of the limits on the short-term rentals.
Well, I don't want to go back against what I just voted on, but to the extent this motion would encourage, taking staff recommendations on what percentages or ratios should apply to given neighborhoods or zones. That seems like a good idea. I just don't want to vote in contradiction to the vote we just took and that I just.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the proposed motion?
Can anybody clarify that? I guess I'm still not understanding. Am I voting against what I just voted for?
Yes, if you voted for this motion, you would vote against what you just voted for, but it's a little different.
Yeah, well then I guess I'm gonna vote no, because I like the idea of staff making recommendations about percentages, but I don't want to change my earlier vote, so I guess I'll have to vote no.
Okay, Commissioner Powers, did you have a question or comment?
Oh, no, I was just going to say what Commissioner Orr just said is I would vote no on the first part and yes on the second part. So I guess whenever we get to a vote, it would be a no.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we get to a vote? Okay, so the motion on the table from Commissioner Johnson is that we recommend that the county commission, that the Board of Commissioners approve the revisions as submitted by staff, and also consider limiting short-term rentals to a percentage to be determined. So let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. Ms. Adams?
Jason Kraushar,
Yes.
Chris Farrar,
No.
John Orr,
No.
Lum Kwang,
Yes.
Carrie Johnson,
Yes.
Clark Powers,
No.
Nadia Gardner.
No. So in a 4-3 vote, the motion fails. I will entertain another motion now. Commissioner Farrar, did you have one?
Yes, I have a motion that the Planning Commission approve recommending to the Board of Commissioners the recommendation of community development staff to repeal sections 5.4900 through 5.4970 in the Arch Cape short-term rental operating standards. It's noted these standards will be relocated in Chapter 5.24 Clatsop County Code. And also to revise, the motion also is to revise section 4.0620 parentheses 12 to indicate that the operating standards are located in the Clatsop County Code.
Thank you, Commissioner Farrar. So there's been a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Orr seconds. We have a motion and a second to recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the revisions as submitted by staff regarding the Arch Cape Rural Residential Zone. I'll keep it at that. Any discussion?
Just to clarify, that's just what the staff is recommending that happen with that?
Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that motion. Ms. Adams, would you please call the roll?
Jason Kraushar. Jason?
Yes.
Christopher Farrar,
Aye.
John Orr,
Aye.
Lum Kwang,
Yes.
Carrie Johnson,
Yes.
Clark Powers,
Yes.
Nadia Gardner.
Yes, it is unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Any other motions for discussion before we move on? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing. Thank you. The hearing is now closed. These recommendations will be forwarded to the Board of Commissioners for their approval. Please note the upcoming dates in the staff report. And I encourage you to provide your comments to the board and attend those if you have opportunity. So in hopes of being able to make sure that we had a quorum and to respect all of our volunteers' time, I had set a 2:30 closing time for this hearing. I'm able to stay a little bit later. I don't know if people are, but we could stay as long as 3 o'clock if people are available, or at least we have a quorum, so that we could possibly get through Goal 7 hazards. Is that something that is okay with the group?
Chair Gardner, I have another meeting at 3 that I'm going to have to check out at 2:30.
Okay, all right, thank you.
My meeting by 3.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see where we can get, and we did start this hearing at the last meeting, but had to continue it. So we'll see where we can get. We can see how efficient we can be, but we'll try to stay on task. And okay, let's move on. So this is a legislative hearing regarding the review of draft fiscal year. Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. This is the legislative hearing regarding the agenda item number 5, revision to the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan, Goal 7, natural hazards. So you can refer to that in page 96 of your digital packet. Staff, would you please give your report? So we had it last time, so maybe we can try to keep it as abbreviated as possible and make our way through the narrative pretty quickly before we move on to the policies and goals.
Certainly, Chair. So since the last time that you had the opportunity to begin your discussion on the revisions to Goal 7, we did receive comments back from the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And you will remember that shortly before our February meeting, we received comments from the Oregon Shores Coalition that we weren't able to review just because they came in so close to the meeting time. But staff has gone through and we've incorporated comments from Bill Eddy, who was the previous fire director for the Gerhardt Rural Fire Protection District, from Pat Corcoran, who's a member of the countywide Citizen Advisory Committee, from Chris Farrar, who is a member of that committee and the Planning Commission. And then we did go through and incorporate some of the recommendations, both from Department of Land Conservation and Development and from the Oregon Shores. Those revisions have all been included in this draft 4, and they are highlighted in yellow. And at that, I am happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sometimes delays can be helpful, even though we are trying to move this process forward. It's great to see DLCD and those other comments in and being integrated into the report. It was very substantial. So any other questions for staff before we move on to public testimony? Commissioner Farrar.
This is more of a comment. I have some minor edits to submit to the county staff for revising a little bit of the text in this narrative part, not the policies. And some of them are strictly little minor things that any document is going to have some problems with, but a couple of them relate to more the explanation of a few things to do with tsunamis and with weather events. And I just feel that what I'm going to submit to Director Henriksen is not changing the meaning or intent of the text. And so I just want to kind of get an understanding of whether that's okay to submit those after the fact, where the commission here isn't going to review them, but leave it to Director Henriksen, who I totally respect and trust, to look at my comments and decide whether they're just rewording and trying to patch up some of the language in there. And if it changes the meaning, then she can choose to not include them.
Director Henriksen, what are your thoughts on that? I know historically we said send typos separate from the meeting, but in this meeting, we're actually putting forward a recommendation to County Commission to adopt this goal 7. And if it's substantial, do you feel it necessary to make a motion on each wording change in the narrative versus in the policies and goals?
Without having seen Commissioner Farrar's changes, other than the Scrivener errors, I would prefer that they be discussed with the Planning Commission, simply because I don't know what that content is. And this is your opportunity to have your public discussion.
And is it possible that they could, yeah, right. Okay, yeah, because they could also go as part of the County Commission, but it just, once it gets there, it's a very big document. So I think it is, what I was noting as I was reading the narrative again, is that at some point we're going to have to say good enough. And if it's not it's not going to ruin it to leave it out or to change it, then maybe we need to just really focus on the policies and goals in order to get through it. That's kind of my thought. So is it possible, Commissioner Farrar, that you could highlight the most important suggested changes in this meeting here?
I suggest we just go to the policies.
Okay. Okay, so let's, I would like to go section by section. And as I said, for those people who haven't participated before, so this is long way into the process. And so this document has been edited. I think this is technically draft 4. It's gone through an extensive public process. Most of us participated in the Planning Commission countywide advisory committee meetings around this. There were also an initial, I think some of these we're getting into the section that haven't been reviewed by the citizen committees around the county, but there's been quite a lot of wordsmithing and work on these prior to this meeting. So we're hoping that we can kind of make our way through it. I would emphasize, like, let's not like get lost in the wordsmithing and minutia, especially in the narrative, but if we can focus on the policies and goals, we'll be able to, really make meaningful change for this. And also reminding you that it's been 30 years since this comp plan has been done or more. And but going forward, it's going to be reviewed in a much more regular process. And so we'll have additional opportunities, like 5 years, 7 years, 10 years to go in and make more changes in real time rather than waiting another 30 years and have a document be very out of date. So with that, do we have any? Yes, sorry, Director Henriksen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Since this is a public hearing and you've heard from staff, I don't know if you have questions from staff, but we do need to take public comment. And I know we have at least one person who's waited several hours to speak.
Thank you for the reminder. It was on my list. Okay, so we've done our initial questions of staff. If anybody has any final, then we'll move on to public testimony. Okay, so this hearing is open for public testimony. All speakers on the floor are to state their name and address before speaking. And if you're a representative, tell us who you're representing, and limit your remarks to 3 minutes so we can get moving along on this agenda item. I know that Mr. Joyce has been waiting. Do we start with him, or do you have other people on your list? Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope you enjoyed that short-term rental slog, and thank you for being here. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Ed Joyce. I live in Astoria, and it was very interesting. I'm glad I sat in. That was good. I'm with the Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition. I'm on the board of directors, and our goal is to protect the public's interest in Oregon's beaches. The public's role in natural hazards planning and decision-making should be made explicit. Oregon Shores is encouraged that the comprehensive plan, Goal 7, acknowledges the importance of awareness, education, and coordination in the planning process. However, if you look at it close, Oregon Shores was unable to locate a clear description of the public's role in the natural hazards planning and decision-making process. Oregon Shores supports the incorporation of the 2021 hazard vulnerability analysis into the current conditions section of Goal 7. In addition to the tsunami evacuation facilities improvement plan, Oregon Shores recommends additional relevant state and federal natural hazard planning efforts to support public education. We feel this is important. These could include the state's 2021 climate adaptation framework and/or the climate equity blueprint. Flood protection based on FEMA standards rely on historic data. Oregon Shores is encouraged that the historical perspective section of Goal 7 acknowledges that FEMA's flood maps do not consider future conditions such as sea level rise, and that the effects of sea level rise on the county's estuaries has not been mapped. So this indicates to us that a critical gap exists that could limit the effectiveness of the county's flood hazard planning efforts over the 20-year lifetime of the comprehensive update. Finally, the opportunities within the comprehensive plan need to be explored to increase flood water storage areas by increasing requirements for protecting trees, large trees, by protecting riparian vegetation and wetlands that have the potential to consume and retain large amounts of surface water and stormwater, maintaining and improving wetland habitat and restoring forests and wet meadows, and protecting and restoring tidal swamps are nature-based solutions. They're free. These solutions decrease flood risk, reduce the flood damage, and create buffers against flooding due to sea level rise. And that's about it. That's all I have to say. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joyce. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak during the public hearing today?
Yes,
Mr. Dice.
thanks, Chair Gardner.
Sorry, name and address, please.
Yeah, sorry. Charles Dice, 31911 Clatsop Lane, Archcape 97102. I know this comment has been made on several occasions, but it seems to get lost oftentimes. But I think it's really important that we all recognize that it's not a question of if a tsunami will arrive, it's just a question of when. And we've made a lot of progress in the last 40 years in figuring out what the possible impacts might be from that tsunami. And we have great maps from Dogami about tsunami inundation zone. And if we're planning ahead and we are considering things like the sacredness of life and preserving life, then I think it's incumbent upon us to take meaningful action on restricting development in the tsunami inundation zone in one way or another. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dice. I see Mr. Corcoran down there.
Thank you, Pat Corcoran.
Thank you.
470, Pat Corcoran, 472 Pleasant Avenue. I was thrilled to see the Oregon Shores contribution of language. I thought that was terrific. I agree with Chair Gardner that there is a corpus of good ideas here that provide a good basis for moving forward. Work yet to do, but I guess would I've loved to have a tsunami hazard overlay zone. Yes. Do I support this bundle? I sure do. I also want to thank you all for your many hours of volunteer service to Clatsop County. These can be pretty grueling. Good job, and of course also to staff. That's all I had.
Thank you to our resident natural hazard specialist down there. Now retired. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. Hearing none, the public testimony is now closed and discussion is open for Planning Commission members. So we'll get started with page 107 of your digital packet with the overview and historic perspective. Do we have any motions for amendments to those sections? Or should we just move on, move towards? And a lot of additions of data about volcanoes and all that. Moving on to current conditions. Any motions around amendments to that section?
I have a question before we get going on the motion things, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner.
Maybe somebody can explain to me, maybe it's obvious to others, but I read in the staff report that House Bill 3309 repealed a 25-year ban on building new schools, hospitals, police, fire in tsunami inundation zones. And so I guess the matter has been left to the counties to ferret out what decisions they make or choose not to make regarding building such structures in tsunami inundation zones. And if that is true, it does what's before us today fill in that gap or aspire to fill in the gap that is the result of House Bill 3309 by, I mean, are we addressing that at all? I mean, there's, it's, it seems like there's a lot of ideas there. Go ahead, sorry.
Director Henriksen can speak to this, but I think we've spoken about it before that, even though that was repealed on a statewide basis, that it's still in our ordinance. Isn't that right, Director Henriksen?
That's correct. Our provisions in our code have not changed, so we still have a prohibition against constructing critical or hazardous facilities, or there's a third category of specific structural types that you cannot build in the inundation zone under our current code.
Thank you. All right, moving forward. Anything else from the narrative section? I wanted to point out that, well, one thing that I noted is just like sections got added. So on page 155, there's a new section on high groundwater and compressible soils. And then we get to future conditions. Seeming like everybody's pretty comfortable with the narrative section. Yes, Commissioner Farrar.
Kind of in a similar vein to Commissioner Orr's last point about state law versus what the county's doing. And I do think that his concern is well addressed in this document as it stands now. It's actually mentioned in some detail in there, but I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, and I'm a little bit unclear of exactly the wording of it, but there's been recent legislation regarding wildfires and the urban wildland interface and the mapping of those in different counties, and then implementing some plans around how to address the dangers there and be better prepared. And I didn't see that was specifically called out here, that's coming up, I think, this year, that we're going to be in the process of doing that. Oh, maybe you've brought it up here on the screen now, but can you just briefly go over that quickly, Director Henriksen?
Yeah, so in 2021, the state legislature passed two bills. One was Senate Bill 391, which we talked about in January, which allows the county or a local government to permit accessory dwelling units on rural lands. And then there's a companion bill with that, which is, I believe, Senate Bill 372 or 362, I forget the number, that establishes, in conjunction with this accessory dwelling unit, ODF has to map the wildland urban interface in the areas where there's wildfire risk. And then based upon where those boundaries fall, there are going to be additional requirements for accessory dwelling units, depending upon whether or not they're within that wildfire risk area or if they're outside of it. And that mapping work is expected to be completed in July of this year.
So that it has to do with ADUs, but not other development. Go ahead, Commissioner Farrar, sorry.
Just a follow-up question then. So we're going to be able to handle those points that you just brought up without any need to revise the comp plan to specifically say something in there about this task of mapping these things out and then maybe implementing ordinances to deal with it appropriately.
We called it out specifically under Goal 10 housing in our last revision that just went to the board for a work session, I believe, a week ago, but we didn't necessarily reiterate that in Goal 7. It could certainly be included in Goal 7, but because it was joined with that companion bill related to accessory dwelling units, we can just place it there in Goal 10.
Well, I don't know if it'd be appropriate just to make some reference that is brought up and handled under Goal 10. It might be because people might turn to natural hazards and wildfire section of a comp plan looking for something like that, and it would just aid them in understanding where that falls in the county's planning. But
So you could say on page 150 or 151, that section is the section that she had up there. So are you maybe making a motion that that staff includes brief discussion of the WUI mapping and that it's addressed more fully in goal 10?
Yes, I would make it as brief as possible, just to guide somebody, point somebody to the right place in the overall comp plan where they'd find the more complete discussion. So that it wouldn't be a policy, it'd just be a line item, maybe one sentence even somewhere in the wildfire section of future conditions or present conditions. I don't know which, but it's a small change and I don't want to take more time on it than I already have. Sorry.
Well, maybe we could decide by consensus that we empower staff to integrate that to the best of their ability in a wildfire section of the narrative. Would everybody agree to that? I see a thumbs up from Commissioner Powers and Farrar and myself. Johnson, Kraushar, I can't see John Orr, but I think we can assume support for that. Thank you, staff. Okay. Let's get to future conditions and then we'll move on to the policies and goals. Any motions as for amendments to this section, starting on page 157. All right, let's move on to the objectives and policies. I'm so excited. Trying to keep it moving here. Okay, so we have kind of our overreaching objectives here and then sub categories, starting with natural hazard policies and flood policies. I'll note that there's a few new sections in the narrative that maybe because it wasn't in the narrative and really discussed as part of the PC-CAC meetings, it maybe is not addressed. So if anybody notices that and that there's anything missing as a result, or if staff has recommendations, we might consider that. And so how are people feeling about the objectives and policies and how they've been updated? Let's see, I see Commissioner Farrar and maybe Orr, I'm not sure. Let's start with Farrar. Okay, Orr, you're next.
I looked over the objective and policies and I actually would be willing to make a motion to accept all the policies listed on pages 163 through 174 of our packet and accept those as presented and call them complete and pass them on with confidence to the Board of Commissioners. But I don't know if you want to take these section at a time, but I'm certainly okay with these first 6 objectives that are laid out here, but I'm okay with all the policies as well. That's my position.
So you would be making a motion actually to recommend the entire, really it would be recommend the revisions to the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Goal 7 natural hazards, like move the whole thing forward. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table that the Planning Commission recommend revisions to Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Goal 7 natural hazards draft 4 for adoption by the County Commission. Do we have a second? And then we'll go to discussion. I'll get to you, Commissioner Orr.
I second.
Commissioner Powers seconds. Discussion, Commissioner Orr. Can't hear you. See you
I'm taking my hand down.
Okay.
So I'm good for right now.
Oh, you're good. Okay. So any discussion? How do people feel? I mean, we could just move to a vote and move on, but it's surprising, I've got to say. Any discussion about the goals and policies as laid out in this current draft 4? Is there anything left out? Get back to my notes. I didn't think we'd get here so quick. The only thing I noted was around just because it was one thing that I had suggested was around well, coastal erosion changed significantly. And so one thing I had suggested, because of my experience down here in Falcon Cove Beach and Arch Cape, is that we have a big problem with, eroding bluffs, and in Cove Beach, actually buildings falling into the ocean. And so one solution that's been proposed is that that in order to prevent that increasing erosion, that structures such as beach access stairs and decks should be limited. And we left it broad purposefully, thinking, as part of a public process, we can look at, like, what does that mean? But one thing that I noticed in the Oregon Shores letter, the legal letter, was that they had suggested something much more robust. And I respect the amount of experience that they have in this. They said Oregon Shores supports safe public access to the beach for all visitors in the Oregon coast. However, public access must be provided with careful consideration to protect the very beach structure it's meant to access. And so they actually gave specific language, and I'm not married to it, but they said, instead of that general suggestion, they said no new beach access stairs, decks, or other structure shall be allowed within oceanfront setback areas of coastal bluff properties. So that's, not that common, like in Clatsop Plains, for example, because you have so much dune in front of you, but down here, down south, where we have eroding bluffs, with where these structures already exist, maintenance and repairs will not be permitted unless the applicant provides site-specific investigation conducted by a qualified person such as a geologist, soil scientist, or geomorphologist, showing that rebuilding, repairing, or maintaining the existing structure will not adversely impact the bluff. And those are the kinds of things that that's very specific, I think, for the comp plan, which has to be, this big kind of overreaching document. But it's really important, I think, that we start integrating such things into our processes as sea level rise becomes increased storm events becomes an increasing reality for us over time. And we're already feeling a lot of changes down here in vulnerable Southwest County. So I don't know, that was one thing that I had pulled out just for discussion. But I don't feel so strongly that detail needs to be included. I just wanted to note it. And so I'd be okay with moving forward with the vote. Is there anything else that the commissioners want to discuss, any specific policies or goals before we move on to that vote?
Yes.
Oh, Commissioner Orr. I just always think your hand's just always on now.
Yeah, I that's how I was when I was in elementary school. It drove my teachers crazy. So I actually, I'm trying to get on my iPad, what page your featured 6 objectives is on in the materials.
The motion that Commissioner Farrar had presented?
Yes, what page?
So he was suggesting, I think, that starting on page 163, each of those sections he was identifying and suggesting that we move forward all of them, correct?
Yes, from page 163 of the packet to 174 of the packet. So
right.
Virtually all the policies and those 6 objectives that are laid out up front. And I understand the point that Chair Gardner is making, that there may be some things here that are kind of a little bit fuzzy, but it is a comp plan and we could tweak all these a lot. And I think we put a lot of time into it. I think we've really covered the bases. We've come a long ways from what's been in this kind of a document before. And I just think we should just, it's been gone over by this countywide Citizens Advisory Committee, and this is kind of what's come up. So I'm in favor of just passing them all through and passing them on up to the Board of Commissioners for a public meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote. I think we can do that. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. So the motion on the table that's been seconded is that the Clatsop County Planning Commission recommends that the Board of Commissioners adopt revisions to Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Goal 7, natural hazards. So Ms. Adams, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Jason Kraushar,
Yes.
Chris Farrar,
Aye.
John Orr,
Aye.
Lum Kwang,
Yes.
Carrie Johnson, Carrie, did you say yes?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Clark Powers
Yes.
and Nadia Gardner.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
All right, that was efficient. So it is now 2:30, and I know that that Commissioner Johnson has to go to a meeting. Do you feel strongly, Commissioner Johnson, could we move on, do you think, without you on energy conservation? Would you feel okay about that?
Yeah, you guys have a quorum, so you're
Yep.
free to move.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for your participation. I really appreciate it. And we'll see you next month, if not earlier. Well, at the next PCCAC meeting, actually. All right, let's move on because I think we're being really efficient. We can try to get
Thanks,
through.
Carrie.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Let's move into our third hearing and see if we can get through it today. I think staff would be happy with that.
If we're going to go much over 3 o'clock, I'm going to have to bail out just right after 3 o'clock as well.
Okay, we will end it.
Kids and such to go get, so.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Thank you so much. We'll get done at 3 o'clock. So agenda item number 6. So this is a legislative hearing regarding revisions to Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Goal 13, energy conservation. Will the staff please make their report?
Yeah, my report is very brief because frankly, I didn't expect y'all to get here today. So my report is basically what's in the staff report or in the agenda package. Goal 13 deals with energy conservation, which is not only remembering to turn off the lights when you leave the room, but how do we protect and maintain our energy resources here in the county so that they're available not only for today, but for future generations, and then also exploring and trying to identify what we see as future energy sources that may be on the horizon, no pun intended, whether that's coastal wind farms or wave energy or anything like that. So trying to look ahead, but also trying to maintain and be judicious with the energy resources we do have now. This had been through the joint committee meeting once, so most of you have already had a preliminary look at it. We have not received comments back from DLCD yet on this goal. Again, they're reviewing it as a courtesy and they do it as they have time. And we have not received any other public comments that were included. So I'm basically here to answer questions.
Thank you, Director Henriksen. Any questions? So the DLCD comments, then if we put forward a recommendation to the county commission, will you put the DLCD comments kind of in between, or how would you incorporate them if we adopted this today or put forward a recommendation today?
Yeah, since we don't know when DLCD comments will be coming, whether they'll arrive before we even theoretically complete this process. If they do arrive before this goes to the board in July, then we would incorporate those comments in addition to any amendments that you make today. And just note that these were comments received after the Planning Commission meeting from the department.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone interested in speaking today? The hearing is open for public testimony. Lost most people. Okay, public testimony is now closed. Discussion is open for Planning Commission members. Do we have any discussion or motions on the beginning part, the narrative?
John's.
I just want to note that the call areas have been announced for the offshore wind energy facilities, and they're all down in the Brookings, Coos Bay, and Bandon area. So it's not anticipated that we'll have on offshore wind up here anytime soon, in federal waters anyway, and then large scale. Do we? Yes, Commissioner Farrar.
Well, are we taking a look at the entire narrative here or just the overview section?
Let's go ahead. Any comments you have in the entire narrative section?
Okay, I had a question and then a comment related to it on had to do with transportation. Let's see. And page 212 of our packet under the heading public transportation, there was mention that the Sunset Empire Transportation District had suspended routes 13, 17, 21 and the Seaside streetcar. And I was unclear whether that's a temporary suspension due to lack of ridership due to the pandemic or some other issue. And I was unclear what the impact was. Obviously, public transportation is looked upon as one way to reduce overall county energy consumption. But could Director Hendrickson or someone else speak to that matter?
Yeah, Commissioner Farrar, I'd need to go back and review the schedules. I think initially it was because of reduced ridership because of pandemic, but I would have to verify if those are permanent decreases in service.
Okay.
Yeah. I would, that section is pretty kind of, it's dated immediately, right? Because you're just talking about this particular snapshot in time. And I would assume that that we would pick those back up again as ridership improves, and also hiring. I think one of their biggest problems has been around hiring bus drivers.
Okay. And when we get to policies, we can make sure that there's something that addresses maybe the encouraging of greater use of public transportation systems. So that's okay. I just kind of wanted to lay that out there. The other thing I had, the only other specific comment I had about the narrative part is under the heading climate change on page 215 of our packet. There's a list of 3 or 4 things there that relate to possibly greater use of energy due to impacts from climate change. And I would like a bullet put in there, if people will agree to it, that addresses the idea that agriculture can be affected by these conditions in such a way that they'll use more energy because they may need to bring in water from some other source. That would get at the droughts and higher temperatures. places that didn't use irrigation in the past may need to move water into a field that they didn't have to do before. And actually, pumping water uses quite a bit of energy, surprisingly. And inversely, with climate change going on and bringing on sea level rises, there could be impacts from higher water inundating fields in such a way that again, farmers, people engaged in agriculture may have to try to remove some excess water from their fields. So I just would like to see that agriculture gets in there, and there could be some impacts on forestry as well that should be noted. And forestry and farmlands, in terms of the percentage of the geography of our county, are very large. So I think it's important to make some mention of it.
So I'm looking at page 215 here at the top, Commissioner, in the bullet points I see, it says the projected changes have impacts for renewable energy sources for several reasons, comma, including, and so the list is about, climate change impacts to renewable energy. And so what you're mentioning is climate change impacts increasing energy use in farming, which is a little different than that list, I think.
Well, that may be. So anyway, I'm just here to speak for the farmers. That's all.
No, but it's point well taken. Like the vast majority of the land in Clatsop County is forestry land, right? So, and then there's a big chunk in farming too. And so we want to make sure that we're thinking through the lens of, of land use, what's being used. And so if there's areas that we should add that information, we should find them. But I just think that one maybe doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to page 218, which are the goals and policies. Do we have any questions, comments, motions on the goals and policies? You can see the additions there for our new commissioners are highlighted in yellow since our last meeting. So
Page 218.
yes, 218. If we don't have a lot of proposed changes to the narrative or to this section, we can go ahead and make a motion to recommend the goal 13 energy conservation to the county commission, board of commissioners. Commissioner Farrar.
Well, I have a couple suggested changes and additions and deletions, actually.
Okay.
On page 219 of the packet, which I think is the next, I think it's 2 pages down. I'm looking at alternative new energy policies.
Yes.
Is the heading. Let's see. It's after the housing one. Keep going down a little further. That heading there. Policy A, I was kind of questioning the idea of utilizing flow in the Columbia River as an energy source. I kind of question whether we can actually permit that on our own. It's kind of by state waters and under a lot of federal control as well. And there are a lot of environmental issues on the Columbia, and also it's a transportation route, a lot of other things. I wouldn't make it a policy to consider turbines in the Columbia River, actually. So I'm sure some people may disagree with that, but I'd be for removing that policy. It just doesn't seem appropriate. So I'd put that up to a vote. So that was a motion. Maybe there's no second for that.
Nadia, you're muted.
Thank you. That was a motion to delete alternative new energy policy A. Do we have a second for that motion? The motion dies for lack of a second. I'll just say, just from my perspective, like the flow of the Columbia River actually goes, up the Youngs and up all of its tributaries also. And so I think there is opportunity to do small hydro power, and that's actually happening in places. So, and then that is one that just says shall consider. So I think there would be a public process if I think the county would do it. And of course, there'd be significant permitting, especially around the 15 listed fish species on that river. So, Commissioner Orr.
Yes, I would propose in the form of a motion, the modification of policy G on page 219, which currently reads, the county should encourage the use of biofuels and wood gasification wherever possible. And unless I'm guilty of an oversight, I would, because it may be somewhere else, I would insert the word biomass in between biofuels and the word and. So it would read, the county should encourage use of biofuels, biomass, and wood gasification whenever possible.
Okay, we have a motion under alternative new energy policy G. The county should encourage the use of biofuels, biomass, and wood gasification whenever possible. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Farrar seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Any other suggested changes? Yep, go ahead.
I have a suggested change or addition to policy F, right above the one we just looked at. Policy F states, encourage county should review and determine the costs and benefits of converting its fleet to electric vehicles. I was going to add to that, and maybe my addition is what the word review means, but I see this whole issue of electric vehicles rapidly changing. A number of really major manufacturers are planning to go mostly electric within a few years to a decade or so. So I was going to recommend adding to that a sentence, something to the effect that this process should be ongoing to keep abreast of rapidly changing technology and manufacturing developments and associated economic factors. Because I think if we look at it just tomorrow or whenever this comp plan gets reviewed, people may say, oh, we're not there yet. But just month to month, year to year, there's going to be huge changes on this front. It's very important if we want to remain a modernistic, relatively smart county, to stay up with this stuff and keep looking at it at least once a year. So something about keeping abreast of the rapidly changing field of electric vehicle use. I would
Right, thank you.
make a motion
Yeah,
to.
Okay, so I hear a motion in alternative new energy policy F, and just a Scribner's change, just to be clear. So take out that encourage is what I would suggest. So the county should review and determine the costs and benefits of converting its fleet to electric vehicles. And then the addition of this process should be ongoing. Could you read what you were saying and just to have that in there?
What I have is kind of wordy, but this process
okay.
should be ongoing to keep abreast of rapidly changing technology and manufacturing developments and associated economic factors.
Thank you. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Powers seconds. Thank you. Any discussion? Commissioner Orr, do you have discussion of this motion? See your hand up.
My hand is, I'm just waving actually right now. Aye.
Okay. Any discussion of this before we move on to vote? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Okay, so it's 5 till, and there's kids to pick up. And so I think either we're making a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners or we're continuing. I'm feeling like maybe we should continue so we can make sure we cover all of our suggested changes in this section, unless you feel differently, Commissioner Farrar.
I move to continue the consideration of the revisions to goal 13 of the comp plan. I have several more minor revisions to suggest.
Great, thank you. And maybe the DLCD comments will come in, you never know. All right, so we have a motion to continue the hearing for Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Goal 13, Energy Conservation. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Chair,
Yeah.
before you take your vote, I just want to verify that you're continuing to the April 12th meeting.
Yes, sorry. So we'll continue to the Clatsop County Planning Commission regular meeting on Tuesday, April 12th at 10 a.m. Well, the time I don't know, but sometime during that meeting. Okay, all those in favor, please, or discussion, any discussion? Wait, so I'm sorry, did we get a second? I got lost.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, so we have continued. We did not finish our agenda because it was big in that first item in particular. I hope we'll still have time. It sounds like there's some deadlines on especially the work session planning, work plan, Director Hendrickson, but maybe we can at least take a look at it at our next meeting and have some discussion. Is there anything else you want to make sure we know or do before we close the meeting?
Yeah, so the work plan had to be submitted last Friday, at least our initial draft one. So we can certainly do some adjustments to it in April, but I just had to get that in because our budgets were due on Friday. Next month, in addition now to goal 13 and our work plan, we're going to have a presentation on the final draft of the tsunami evacuation facility improvement plan. We also have scheduled your review of goals 9, 11, 12, and 14. In addition now to goal 13. So we still have a lot of work to cover. And so I guess we would need to know beforehand if you're going to want to limit the time of the meeting or what our plans are, because we are pushing up against our deadlines now, and we still have goals 5, 10, and 19 to review in May before your work on the comp plan update is completed. So, and the only other thing is just please check your County Planning Commission addresses, because that is what staff will be using for all correspondence with you now. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, so just for the groups, we're going to close out the meeting here, but I felt it important that we have an end time for our meetings so that, you know, those of us, well, we all have lives, and those of us with kids and with paid work and other scheduling things, it's important to know kind of like the end time. Plus, being on a Zoom meeting for 8 hours is very difficult and exhausting for volunteers in particular. So for this meeting, it was the first time I said, let's like pick an end time, which of course I blew right through, but I would still suggest that we maybe stop at 3. And so that's a 5-hour meeting, a big meeting for us to invest in. But I'll take, you know, if other people disagree, I'm happy to discuss it. But I just was trying to be reasonable considering all of everybody's valuable time and our levels of energy. Does anybody have any comments on that before we close out the meeting? Does that feel reasonable? Does that feel unreasonable?
I'm new here, but do we ever do like an additional meeting or a supplementary meeting? Or is it just once a month? Because a couple of shorter meetings would be easier for me, just personally, but that was just a question. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff to go through. I mean, there's a lot of policies to go through, or goals, sorry, in the next 2 months, and I'm sure that there's a deadline, so.
Yeah, and I support Jason. I don't mind spending the additional hours on shorter meetings if the commission can support it also.
Yeah, and we also have that other meeting, you know, so we have 2 meetings a month, this same length. And actually the other meeting's an hour longer. And so it would be in addition to that, because we have the planning commission, CAC, and I think I would do that too. I mean, because I know we're so behind, like add a meeting, like for maybe the, well, I don't know, if we did the ones that were not the public hearings, it might be a little easier in terms of notice. You tell us, Director Henriksen, like if we like occasionally did an additional like 2-hour meeting, would that help? I know you're under a lot of pressure to get this stuff moved forward, and I'm just trying to balance here.
Yeah, it would probably help because once we advertise it, then we can continue it to a date certain. So that's not so much of an issue. The joint meeting, I think there are, where are we, March? There are two left. And we could actually cut that down to 1 if we wanted, but two theoretically left. And they may go a little bit quicker than the normal allotment time. And then that joint committee goes away. So then the work just returns to the planning commission. So, I mean, if we could schedule maybe 1 extra meeting sometime between April and May for maybe like 3 hours, I think that would probably resolve the issue.
Okay, well, I'm fine with that. If others are fine with it, we just need to maybe doodle a date or something and then do the public notice around it.
Okay, I can send the doodle poll out.
Okay.
When is this joint meeting you're referring to?
So
it's the comprehensive plan, and it's the planning commission gets together with the community advisory committee, which is a committee that was formed specifically to look at the comprehensive plan. So it's helping to ensure more public involvement in the comprehensive planning process. And so it's us plus them, and we just walk through these. And then after they've been put through them, then they come to us. So that's why it's a little easier when it comes to us. If we've all been in the other meeting, that meeting is very wordsmithing and intensive. And so then when you get to us, hopefully we're just making a few additional changes and it's moving right on.
I may have missed it, but is there an email that went out or a specific place that we can find the dates of all these meetings that have already been set? I live in.
Sorry, I'm learning Zoom and I keep accidentally muting people. So I did not do that on purpose, sorry.
I was saying I live and die by my calendar, being self-employed, kids, sports, everything else. So if I can put them in as far in advance as possible, maybe there's a place that I could go look. Or
yeah, so Director Henriksen will get you both those dates. How about that via email?
Right.
And then we'll figure out that other one. So I know you need to go, Commissioner, and my kid's gonna burst through my door any second too. So I sent to my partner to go get him. But thank you everyone for your time. let's see, I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting this afternoon.
I'll make a
moved.
motion to adjourn.
So we have everybody. I think I'm going to say Commissioner Kraushar moved to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Wait for campsite to clear. Next people are gonna let us stay where they were. So we're checking out the river and then